global stage never died. Now your chance to rise has returned. New beginning, new season. PMNC Qualifiers, Kenya. 4 paths, 1 road, 1 goal. This is 2026 PMGO Africa Season 2.
in the work and they come back and they, just blow the curtains back and it's like, we've arrived. I want to see that. And I mean, might that be Team Execute? Fantastic. If it's anybody else, I'm also up for it. Right? I'm willing to take it from any team that's ready to really contest the kind of performances that we've seen come through from like Rush, from Fallen, Ruthless, as well as Death Dose. Right? I want to see somebody challenge those teams and maybe take their slots into those finals.
Yep, I see what you're saying. Just to give you, do you know, I'm giving you a backstory about Team Execute, but do you know Team Execute used to be like Death Dose? They used to be a very strong team in the Kenya region, but the team, I can say some players went to another team. Some went to Death Dose, others went to Rescue Esports. So basically now it's a new lineup. So I see what you're saying, underdog story, but if the Kenyan scene is looking at it from the past, we're not sure if it's an underdog story, it's a little bit different here.
Well, it could be underdog, it could be dark horse, it could be so many different things you could use to describe the situation, right? But yeah. I'm just in it for the action, right? I want to see these teams really step out and blow us away with their performances. So in reality, I'm going to be rooting for everybody today, right? Because it is the first day.
Of course.
So the teams are here to kind of bring in and establish themselves here to kind of lay that foundation to make sure come tomorrow they can do what they need to secure the slots moving forward. And I like the pressure being applied onto these squads, right? It's not going to be just an easy, everybody strolls in and they're like, oh yeah, you know what, we did it. I want to see it be difficult. I want to see it be challenging. And I know these teams are more than capable enough of really keeping up with that pacing, right? Not letting anything really put too much of a challenge in front of them.
Hopefully we see the challenge happening here tonight. I don't know why I'm starting to imagine what's happening in their minds so far. I'm worried about some teams, if I can be honest, and I don't want to mention. So that tonight, I've been asked questions why I could not do it, but I'm not saying they cannot do it. But seeing their experience and exposure to the esports scene, I'm a bit worried. But since last season we had a team that surprised all of us, so why not them as well? I'm a little bit worried. Just I don't know the names, but I cannot wait to see how they'll perform. Clutch Gods is another team that they did put up a post and they said that they're going to be taking over season 2 for PMGO in the Kenya region. So let's see how it goes. I mean, at the end of the day, every single team is given us. You're all given a chance to play the game. You're all given a chance to try and make it to PMGO in the global stage. So I just don't want to mention teams, but I kind of say I'm a bit worried for these teams, but we'll see how they play tonight. Again, no underdogs. We've said we're supporting, so no underdogs.
Yes.
I'll go with that. I hear you.
Yes. Speaking of which, though, you were talking about the PMGO, right? We also have EWC that is going to be coming up.
Yes.
Starting next week, right? So there's going to be, although it's not even next week, it's this week still. Yes. I mean, I've got my calendar completely turned around. And so, there's going to be a lot of exciting PUBG action coming in all over the place.
For sure.
Yeah, if you feel like, PMGO Africa is giving you just a little bit of a taste and you feel hungry and you want more, there's EWC, right? So you can get your food with PUBG all over the place.
Yeah, true. And I mean, having RJC Africa, I can only imagine the pressure, I mean, being the only team from one region, Africa, and now you have to basically represent all of us, and we're going to be watching and waiting to see how they do it. And I know some teams are watching as well and saying one day we're going to be RJC. But remember, you have to start somewhere. So what is your plan here for PMGO? What are you planning to do now in PMGO, then EWC? But of course, all the PUBG Mobile goodness will also be happening in EWC. And we want to say all the best to RJC. You guys will do great for sure.
Yeah, and it all starts with that lovely sign a bit, right? This is the road to the PMGO, right? To give the teams the taste of the big competitive scene, right? Going up against many different regions, especially when you make it all the way through into PMGO. So, yeah, really looking forward to it. We did see that little pop-up on screen. It is time for us to get straight into the action as we are heading into our very first match of the day. Erangel Group A versus Group B. Getting ready to hit up some action here.
Yep, we are finally getting a taste of PMGO Season 2 Game 1. It is in Erangel and it is Kenya region participating tonight. We asked the chat, which teams are you guys vouching for? What are your predictions? Who do you think is going to give us that chicken dinner for the first game of the night? All has been set. All you need to do is lay for us a nice spread of teams and we'll be able to pick which teams or that they'll be the ones which teams give us victory. Now looking at that flight path, it is looking really interesting. It is speaking on that basically southern or eastern side of Erangel. It kind of looks unfair and I'm hoping all the teams will be able to be in that safe zone. DK, for these types of paths, I find them very stressful because you don't know where you're going to land.
Well, somewhere down on the ground, ideally, right, would be a perfect position to get everything started with. But yeah, I'm curious as to whether or not we'll be having any of those potential hot drops coming through. We already do see the players there from ITE as well as Rush going straight down onto that southern position. So it's not that military base is going to be their starting point. The zone, of course, is going to be taking us over into the forest there, just on the outskirts of Quarry and Gatka. So a nice central point, already quite a few teams situated, and now it's just down to who is going to look to move on up. So the team that's currently up in Malta, right? I want to pronounce their name correctly. I can see how it's spelled, P-U-Z-E, right? But how do I say that without butchering their name?
Just butcher the name. Trust me, they butcher the name themselves. You will not be the only one doing it. I promise you. They also butcher. So have fun. Last season you butchered a team's name. Feel free to do it again. No one will fight you, I promise you.
Okay, so I have permission. Everybody, you heard it. Mitch said go ahead. But yeah, I mean, it's probably who's there, right? I'm guessing. Oh, the laugh says no. Okay, alrighty. I will call them Team P then. That's much easier. But for the meantime, we are going to be right here on the players from One Take Esports to see what they can bring on through. We did see a little bit of contention coming with them onto this military island, but based on the mini-map, they don't have to stress so much just yet. Clutch Goslar, on the other hand, they don't have all that much, right? Not a lot of weapons really that they've been able to loot up, but it is going to be Inhale Tempo looking to apply quite a bit of pressure to them.
Inhale Tempo, another really strong team. I don't know why I did not think about them. I'm really sorry about that. But when you look at a player like Fike, has been known to have exceptional calls for the team. I'm not sure if he's the IGL, but he does a really good job when he's under pressure. So we'll see how they perform today. But we have them taking on the clutch goods a little bit too early. We can see them trying to go for a push, but Sato will be getting a knock on Fike. That is basically a good trade-off. Now they'll be forced to get a revive happening. But I mean, DK, it's just the first game and see what's happening. Everyone is in utter violence. You asked for it, and they're serving it hot tonight.
Yeah. Apex now trying to see if they can get a slice off the action over here, but it is going to be Black Rain that is just dropping them right there. I mean, Black Rain, though, they did take quite a bit of pressure. No confirmations coming in just yet. But this could be the Apex Predators now looking to stay true to their name. Aura already taking quite a bit of damage here. Let's see whether or not CP7 is going to be, CR7 rather, is going to be able to get anything done. Or just trying to navigate and relay a little bit of the information across the way. But nice showing coming from Apex as they are still able to hold on. But they still have somebody in here with them.
Yep, they do. And they need to be very careful. There's always that one player who can ruin the day for you. So Apex Predators should make sure that is not going to be the case for them. Looking at Inhale Tempo, they do have clutch gods. They were able to get the revive. No one was able to confirm any elimination. We can see TC Bolingo passing by as well. we might be having a little bit of, oh, he actually got eliminated by Fike, so that's unfortunate. But he'll be going back to lobby a little bit too early. It is a wrangle, no recalls. As soon as you are eliminated, that is the end of the road for you. And this is just game one, DK. What is the thought around this? Because going out early is never the plan. And I don't think it's a good start if you're looking to make it to the grand finals just here in Kenya.
Yeah, I don't think that's the plan for anybody, right? Nobody comes into this deciding, you know what, we'll be the first team out. No, instead, they want to try and survive, but sometimes that's just not what the rest of the teams have in store for you. What would be the approach? Try and find a way to make a bit of a recovery. Good spray, though, coming through here from Rocky, as are really starting to heat up. I mean, Clutch Gods, I like the aggression. They're really one player down, but they too are looking for an opportunity to try and bounce back. I like the aggressive rush that Inhale brought there. That is exactly the kind of pacing that you need to have here, right? Don't sit back and let something come to you. Go out and go get that. So let's see whether or not they are going to be able to clutch it up against the Clutch Gods.
Let's see if they're going to be doing something here tonight. We have them really a lot looking at Clutch Gods, waiting patiently, looking for that loophole. And Clutch Gods are not giving them any chance to get anything going here, but Fike seems quite patient there, just by the fence, waiting. The Clutch Gods as well, they're waiting. It's basically a patience game. Someone is already on the roof, and seems like Dabzo's taken back to the, but you have Rocky is trying to go in for that push. Pog has to be very careful. The numbers coming from CG3 are really good, and they want to take them down as soon as possible. We have them really a lot there, Pog and Fike trying to see what they can do about it. Zero utilities, that is on the grenades to get at least a knock when they're getting pushed here, but they have nothing to make this an easy fight for them. Now Inhale Tempo, Pog and the teammates might just be having a rough start when it comes to game one.
Yeah, they might indeed. We do see the squad from Aura also feeling a little bit of that pressure, as well as things are lighting up over on the right-hand side of the screen. But now it's going to be Gun Ho looking to go to town, just riding on the edge of the wall here. Things are still looking pretty contentious. I mean, Clutch not looking to put themselves out in the open. They might be kind of forced to do a little bit of something here. As you can see, Inhale taking a deep breath, prepping themselves for this potential push here. I like the wrap around it now with Bogue coming through as well. This is exactly the kind of angle to try and take. Is it going to work out though? Is it going to pay off? Beautiful trades coming in. Gunho looking to get the cleanup. Oh, does land it, and now that brings Clutch down to a single player.
Oh, that is quite unfortunate here for Clutch Gods. It is not a good start. Sato trying to go in for that push. The pre-fires are connecting. Sato very much damaged. And now Fike, he takes out the bow and arrow and he says, I am about to be this player, irregardless of the situation. And just like that, the Clutch Gods have been taken back to lobby. I mean, Fike was hunting, literally. He almost had a good catch, but it did not work out since, well, they brought guns to a fight. So I don't know how that was supposed to happen. But yeah, that was a good one, honestly, from Fike. But GG's to the Clutch Gods. It is unfortunate, though, here. I mean, you saw what Gunho was doing, DK. I mean, he almost missed all those shots. He almost missed them. I don't know how they connected.
The good thing is it is only almost, right? But he didn't. He managed to get the shots and land them in when it mattered most. Speaking about landing shots when they mattered most, one take. This is their opportunity now to try and get a bit of a play onto the side of Rush, as Rush is going to be pushing in from that southern side. We got Jogo, Viper, and everybody else just sitting there patiently waiting to see if they have the permission to rotate across here. But I like the fact that we are seeing a little bit of pressure coming through, teams trying to keep it pretty tight. But realistically, looking at the zone, right, there's no immediate rush for Rush to rush over this bridge. They can actually afford to sit back and take a little bit more time on this engagement and don't feel too eager to make any immediate plays just yet. This zone is going to come through momentarily. They still have just under 2 minutes left on the clock before we get up into phase number 2.
Yep, they actually have to keep on looking at the time here. If the zone decides to shift, a lot of teams might be forced to come towards them. But one take will be getting one player knocked down, and that does give Rush Esports the loophole they were trying to get for this push to take place by the bridge. It is a risky fight. I am not a fan of bridge fights because you never know who's watching. It could be a fish that is looking at you. There could be someone up the tree. Just okay. They cannot be up the tree because they're not playing the Spider-Man. But yes, they're here, and let's see how Rush Esports will be able to do all this, get this fight going without getting third-partied throughout the fight. Because if you look at where they're situated, they're very good place by the bridge. But if you look at Pochinki, there's a team coming from that side. If you look here, everyone is around this area, so anything could happen, and either of the teams could get third-partied and be on the losing side just because they chose to stay here by the bridge.
Might not be the worst decision, as there's not a lot of additional pressure being applied to them, and for the time being it does seem like they do win the bridge, so there might be an opportunity for a very comfortable rotation for them then moving into that next phase. Speaking about four, it's going to be the four Titans as they move up into Gatka, looking to get themselves situated. Nobody here to contest, so this is a decent approach for them, as they can sit back, relax, and wait to welcome anybody in rotating up alongside them. Meanwhile, Aura, they are going to be situated right up into Ferry Pier. Again, not a lot of contention really coming with regards to these POIs as to where the teams can get themselves situated. But as we are going to be looking at that next zone pop, this is where things could get quite interesting, as we are now heading over towards phase number 3. And it is going to be Call Me right on the front line, waiting for Team P over there to get a bit of a move on.
Call Me. Oh, wow. They removed the part esports. I'm not sure about that, but Call Me's. I do have Mafia there. Sport's going to be Hadaba looking to get some damage, but it's very safe where he is. The only problem is that they're taking on a lot of blue juice, and they need to get moving before it becomes unbearable, and they'll start losing their players basically to that blue zone, and it is already starting to close in. So they need to get moving, but so far so good. It seems like most of the teams are playing it safe. We haven't seen much of Team Execute. No pressure is in this game as well, and they're already taking on some eliminations to their name. They're looking to get as many points as they can. Team, I did not really sport it on the logos for the teams playing. I'm really sorry about that, NP, but that is also a good. We have seen them dominate the Kenyan scene for a while, and I cannot wait to see how they will be playing in this group for Group A and Group B. What is the actual play, and are they looking to get their usual chicken dinners? Because it might not be news for us anymore. We are used to it.
Yeah, I mean, chicken is only fun for so long, right? I'm of
Yeah.
course kidding. Here it is going to be go time now. As you can see, the pressure being applied up onto Ferry Pier. It's going to be Saint and Escanor now quickly falling back. Saint rather, though, having a bit of a feint coming in his direction as he gets put down real quick and fast. No pressure. Looking to apply a lot of it as they move up, keeping the pressure pretty high. I know that this team's name, I'm going to have a lot of fun mispronouncing that. It does seem like it's Njege Masanse.
Oh, you actually got it right. That's really good.
Wow. Oh wow, high five to me. Yes. All right, but that, so I hope somebody can clip that, because that's probably the only time I'm going to be able to say their name without messing it up. But we'll see exactly who's going to walk away with possession here of Ferry Pier. I mean, I like the fact that we've got 4 teams in here. We've got Puze moving up as well, but they are getting rushed by, well, Rush as they move in right behind them, keeping the pressure on them. And this is where things now look to become quite favorable for the side of Rush, right? We've not seen them so far today, and this is their opportunity to really get that ball going.
Yeah, for sure. They have the opportunity to get some points here They do have a couple of grenades being launched towards Puze. They're trying to get as much damage or even a knock while they take on this fight. But so far, no one is getting knocked just yet. A little bit of some damage here and there, but no one has fallen down just yet. But Dybala, he will be the first player. Another grenade coming from Puze, and that's get Jogo quite damaged. But grenades are still flying, and they're still getting launched towards them. They're looking for the Kobe's, but only one player is down. But I'm not sure why Rush Esports are ready to take on a push, but they seem to be very, very exposed here. Viper goes down as well. Hadaba is not stopping just yet. He makes sure that that knock is going to be an easy confirmation. But as they do that, we do have no pressure creeping in from the back. A nice third party is about to be brewed here, DK, and someone is about to be on the losing end with this third party fights happening.
Yeah, I think this is where it's very important to be quite decisive as to how you take these engagements. But so far, Pose are doing a really good job at defending their position. As you can see, they are holding up. But unfortunately, there's already been such a big hole hit into the side of them. Hang on a second. That is them just wiping
happened?
Rush away, taking them down, and off they go. So they're going to feel quite happy about that. But it is going to be short-lived, as No Pressure is going to be rolling up, looking for a bit of the action here. I like this 2-2 split that they are opting for. At least it seems to be a 2-2 split. Well, they've only got 3 players left, so it's a 2-1 split. Keeping 2 players on the front line with a little bit of that backup just in case they need it. But now it's going to be up to Leto to see, can he get these hits and sprays? Good connections made, No Pressure. Watch rushing straight on forward. But it is going to be now in the hands here of Habada to see, can he get it when it matters? Quite a bit of damage being dealt into him already. The armor looking pretty battered, and Brew is going to phase it. Oh, tries to sneak his way through, but No Pressure denies him the access.
Oh, that was a good play for sure. The knock on Swashi was immaculate, but unfortunately for him, No Pressure had the numbers. They were able to take him down, but that was a really good knock. He almost had it, but the numbers were not in his favor, and he had to escort his teammate back to lobby. Really unfortunate for Puze, but they will be going back to lobby with a little bit of some happy feels here and there. They were able to take on Rush Esports and get a few elimination points while at it. It's a good stuff there for them. But as we look at Team Execute right now, they have been playing a little bit safe. We can see high on crack, high on shrooms. I hope that will not affect me, because we need sober minds when you're playing the game. Right now, Team Execute, I'm not sure if they have that right now, DK.
Yeah, I don't really know which one to go for, but as long as they say hi, I don't mind, right? It's okay. Right, you just got to lock on in, and maybe that's exactly what Team Execute needs to lock in, like we've not yet seen come through from them. I mean, of course, this is the team that I said I'm curious to see what they are going to be bringing in here today. So let's see if all the praise is going to be lived up to. Will they manage the hype that I created? Of course, there's not a lot of hype that I created. So no stress going over to them. A decent position though. I like the fact that they've got Inhale also right there just over onto them as well. So it's not going to be too much of a contentious position. There is a bit of an opportunity, but especially now with that next stage coming through, Mish, this is where things start to get a little bit more interesting, right? As the teams don't have that much space now separating them anymore.
Ooh, yep, they do not have that. And PUBG Mobile decides that their safe zone is going to be far away from every single player that thought Fairy Pier is safe. You'll have to make your rotations. Even Team Executes, I think right now they're just wondering why. Why would you do this? We're going to be able to make some rotations here. We do have a couple of teams that have been able to make their way into that safe zone a little bit early, but for the others, they have to make and find a safe compound. What's interesting is that the 2 compounds that are sort of safe in that safe zone are empty, and no one wants to go into those compounds. They're thinking there's someone there. It's like passing by a haunted house thinking there's someone. Well, there's no one. What's happening here? They're just waiting. What they don't know, it's so safe. They can stay in that house for as long as they like and let every other team eliminate each other from the game and secure the chicken dinner. But at the end of the day, I think it's all on the IGL's call to decide where is our team going to be placed and what are we going to be doing with our current position. But DK, look at what is happening on the northern side. Team Execute is not willing to move just yet. Inhale is not moving just yet. I feel like that rotation might be a little bit bad for them. If you look at the other teams that are getting closer as well, we do have 4 Titans. It's going to be a little bit tricky. They might be sandwiched there, even though you initially mentioned that they had a really good position, but there's only
Yeah.
to shift.
Yeah, that's always how it goes, right? So I think looking at what we had there, it is going to be quite a challenging rotation, especially for Inhale, because they have to decide, right, are they going to go west? Are they going to go east? If they go east, there's a team waiting that we know they don't know that yet. So it's going to be quite a bit of a bumpy play to get that locked in. Either which way, they're going to have to make the call. In the meantime, though, no pressure. I like the setup coming through from them here as well. They've already got 6 eliminations in the bag, and they have at least 2 teams positioned right here behind them. So I think that Liggsy and the rest of the team here from No Pressure, really strong angle. The ditches, though, still going to have to, as they obviously all their efforts straight towards them. But Execute, though, letting Inhale box for free.
Oh no, they just gave out their one chance of stopping Inhale Tempo from going anywhere. But of course, that rotation cooked. That is Inhale Tempo. They will be forced to get closer to teams, and they might be forced to take on a fight as they try and secure a safe place in that safe zone. My friends, they might stay high for a while, but they need to calm down a bit and try and find what their rotation is going to be into this safe zone. Do not have any other choice. All they have to do is move now. That is all they have to do, because at the end of the day, they need to be safe. And where they are, I don't like it's safe anymore. They have a lot to lose here if they stay there for a long time.
Yeah, that's kind of the risk of the zones closing up and teams starting to rotate on forward. In the meantime, it's going to be the Nyash Avengers. Let's call them the Avengers. Right, Iceberry. And
Correct.
They've got 2 11s in here. All right. That's very creative names, right?
Yeah,
They had
for sure.
so many options, and they both went for it. You know what? Think alike. So we'll keep it on that. In the meantime, there's going to be a relaxation also there alongside Ice Baby, keeping up quite a bit of awareness. I like this position that they have towards the southern side, but up over towards the edge of zone. This is where things look to get quite challenging. No looking to lock in, but Liggsy trying to do as much as they can. Unfortunately, they will get denied that playthrough as the 4 Titans are going to be stopping them quite abruptly.
For sure, that is a good play there coming from the 4 Titans. Getting a couple of eliminations. They seem to be having a good number of points to their name. We do have the Avengers here at 11, getting a knock there on Shiny. And Molly will be following suit there just to make sure the revive will not be happening. But the thing is, the teammates are not even close enough to get this revive happening. So Ice Baby and the teammates will be playing safe. They do not have anything to lose with the 4 Titans. It is also an interesting team, DK, because it's a new lineup of players that came in together. Some of them are from different teams, but some of them are new to the esports scene, and they're actually doing a good see. They're trying to understand the game here. They're taking their time, controlling the zone as they move into the safe zone. They're making sure no one is behind them, of which, if you ask me, that is always a good play. If you're a strong team, you can go ahead and control the zone as you make your way into that safe zone. And it seems to be working quite well for the 4 Titans. And now they're taking on the Avengers, which is a good thing. The confidence is looking good.
Yeah, I'm curious if they have their own theme song though. But in the meantime, Aura also just creeping up on them. The possession that we have here, I mean, I'm not surprised that Execute is going to be having a pretty tough rotation moving forward in towards the zone. I like where Aura is currently situated. Yes, they don't have any points to their name just yet, but they've made it all the way up into the top 6, and they've got quite a bit of an angle here. This is where this compound is such a strong position to try and play off of. As you can see, it's
For sure.
just absolutely relentless. Looking up towards the north. Meanwhile, Inhale still in a very tricky position, right? They've now went into right center zone. I'm not sure if that was the wise decision to make at this point, because there are still so many teams around them that could quite comfortably not only isolate them, but really focus in on them.
Yep, that is really, really true. And if you look at where Team Execute is right now, the rotation is not working anymore. They are basically in the worst place ever. They not cross the road. They cannot move from there. I've not seen if they have any vehicles to help with their rotation, and they're getting a lot of pressure coming from our esports. Thala has been getting knocks back to back. In Hill Temple, they ran into the safe, the middle of the zone here. They are not safe, like you've mentioned. They are feeling the pressure from every single angle. Is trying to get at least a knock here on Inhale Tempo, and they're also not enjoying this at all. They had the upper hand initially, they fumbled it. No one wanted the haunted compound, and our esports took it, and now they're enjoying every single player that is passing by. They're just waiting for you to make a mistake, and poof, we eliminate you. So I think this is where the calls come in. Did the IGL make the right call? Did you guys think with your IGL? Did you let him or her, if there's a female IGL, big up to you. If there's anyone who's leading any team, when they were making the calls, what were you thinking as a team? Was it going to work? Were we making the right call by sticking by the edge of the zone? A lot of things are coming to play now, DK, as the game comes to an end. We're in the 7th phase.
The team currently with the strongest position is definitely Aura. Just they're out here farming it.
For sure.
Aura, right? Look at the vantage point that they have up towards the north. We've got the angles over towards the eastern side, the southern side. I'd be very surprised if they don't walk away with a very strong finish in this round. But looking at the side of Execute, just on that northern side, there could maybe still be some reality in which we see Execute actually managing to make their way down onto the south, right? Get ahead of that zone pressure that is being applied to them. I can't say the same about the though, because this is where things still look very challenging. We've got 4 Titans here. You can see Ice Baby and the rest of the team also now getting absolutely hammered. But up comes Cairo with a full set right up alongside Ice Baby. And it's going to be Tala, though, with the response.
Oh my days, the third party is coming from Aura Esports is impossible. They're enjoying every single pass that is passing by. Like, if you try and move a little bit open, they see you. And that is what has happened here. I'm not sure what was going through Cairo's mind with that push there. He went right in the middle of the Avengers, Ice Baby, Double 11. They were all there. And they were waiting. Basically, he was able to try and steal a kill. But as you see, Aura Esports, they had the view. They could see the fight happening. And they got that kill easy without having to hustle their way through it. But right now, Team Execute will not be making their way to the final fight because of that rotation, DK. I mean, they had every single chance of making it to the safe zone earlier, but they wasted it. And now it has come to bite them. And they've lost an easy chicken dinner, especially with the numbers they had. I think them and Thala, they're the only full teams that were remaining so far in these final fights.
Yeah, it is going to be a pretty tough one. Looking at the rest of our 5 squads now and how they are situated, you can see Power Berry all the way over towards that far eastern side zone. Blue is going to start nipping at their heels very, very soon. But still, this is the opportunity for Aura to try and make the magic happen here. Soulbot needs to be careful not to overextend that position just yet. Kind of let the pressure happen over onto Inhale, as we can see it now kind of just unfolding ahead of us. But, ooh, look at that. Soulbot on the money. Gets the opening play, is going to look to get the cleanup and add those points to the overall tally. Already 3 eliminations in the bag. Fika, better watch out. That head can be spotted out and taken down. Meanwhile, there are going to be now a lot of sends coming through the southern edge. Damage just rushing straight into the mess here as they come on swinging, looking to clutch up, and it's going to be Nyas that's get taken right out of here. Aura in a golden position here, as it is essentially them and only 2. But they have the numbers advantage.
I mean, that grenade is diabolical. The grenade not even land on Inhale Tempo, but we do have Gunho taken down. Fike very much damaged. And right now, our esports are trying to go in for that push. And even before the revive happens, we'll be having Inhale Tempo getting their last breath here in this game. They will be going back to lobby, leaving just 2 teams standing. Our esports, and they have basically, I see Fido and his teammate, and they are going to be forced to take on a fight against a whole team that secured the haunted house, and they were able to stay a full team so far. One player goes down, that will be sold, but the last player, Zabibu, a grenade in his hand. He wants to confirm the elimination, but the grenades are coming in from Aura Esports. Grenade after grenade, and want them to connect. They're not connecting just yet. But Mzabibu is there. He's patient. He's cooking up grenades. Senior, he needs to get closer, but a Kobe will be falling from Mzabibu. Another grenade is about to be cooked, but will it be a Kobe, or will this be the end of Mzabibu? HP quite low, almost confirming. And right now, it is a basic grenade madness fight happening here, DK. It is the last game. Big question, is it going to be the solo or the full team, actually trio, taking the chicken dinner?
Yeah, Senor has been taken out of here. So now trying to inch their way a little bit closer on the money, though, as Mzabibu gets taken right on down. The winner chicken dinner going over to Aura. I like that name. I mean, based on how they've been playing this first round of the day, pretty decent positioning for them. So a very well-earned winner chicken dinner.
Yep, winner chicken dinner for Aura Esports. They have farmed Aura for the last 3 zones. They have been able to secure a lot of elimination points just by making the right calls, securing the right compound, and just like that, the chicken dinner has been served to them, and they'll be taking the first chicken dinner of the day in Orango. We did not even mention Aura Esports as the team that is going to give us a chicken dinner, but they did prove us wrong, and they were able to give us a chicken dinner. So I guess the tables have turned, and we have a very interesting turn of events here at DK. I mean, that is something interesting, honestly, for our esports. I know, I'm not even sure if they had planned for that. At the end of the day, all that matters is their strategy actually worked out. They played it safe, and we've seen them at the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, overall, a really good play coming through from the side there of the Aura squad as they farmed themselves that glorious winner chicken dinner. But it just shows you how important positioning is, right? And how well it works if you're able to lock down a strong compound that allows you quite a bit of leverage pointing back over in towards the zone. I gotta say, though, I was pretty impressed with the push coming through from Puze as they held their defenses up as rushed into them. And then, of course, we had that glorious third party coming through from No Pressure as well. So I like the kind of chain fighting that the teams are bringing in. Nobody's really sitting back and waiting for the zone to decide what they need to do. I like the activity that they bring in. But, of course, that was only our first 2 groups, right? Group A, Group B. We are going to be taking a look at those scores in a little while as well. But that means that we're going to have our other 2 groups coming on pretty soon as well.
Yep, and I cannot wait to see what they bring to the table. I mean, right now, game 1 has just set the pace for all the teams. At the end of the day, the overall is not where you are after A and B and C. Where you stand after all teams have played is what matters. So you cannot sit comfortable and say, oh, I'm not in Group A and Group B. Oh, I must be lucky. No, my friend, you're not even lucky. Nowhere close to lucky. So honestly, I cannot wait to see where the scores are as of now, where the teams are standing, which team is going to be giving us a really good margin, or is it going to be a really small margin, and it's going to make it so hard for even the team at first place to stay pretty and comfortable.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting indeed, but of course we are going to be heading into that breakdown. We are going to be taking a look at all the stats that the teams brought and what they were able to secure coming through our first round of action here. I am seeing quite a few things popping up in the chat, but I've not seen anybody really shouting out a team. We do see No Pressure, Rush, and then the players coming through from Fallen Ruthless, but they are coming up next. So if you're here to support a team, be sure to show them some love in the chat. Shout out their names, don't spam, but shout out their names, and let's see who you are here, who you are rooting for, and whichever way it happens, today or tomorrow, Kenya's gonna win.
For sure, all you need to do is win at the end of the day. Just win. Just focus on that win. Like you've mentioned, I think I gave a team a caster's cast, and I honestly don't believe there's such a thing. But Rush Esports, DK made me do this. It's not me. DK made me mention a team, and I found my mouth saying Rush Esports. I will not do that again. I'm very sorry. There's someone even in the chat say that I already put a cast on EXE and Rush Esports. But listen, relax, guys. Don't believe in such things. It's not true, right, DK? Right?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Exactly, right. So yeah, it only means one thing, is that the team, whenever we call their name, they just have to use that as inspiration, right? And then
Correct.
show us, right? So we are fueling the teams, right? So if they don't perform the way that we hope, they have another opportunity to try and make up for that in the coming rounds of the day. So that is our first match of the day. Done and dusted. We are now just waiting to see that glorious breakdown as to where the teams are with regards to the points, who's our MVP, what other stats we can show you as well. But I think overall a very interesting showing, and of course looking at where that first zone went for the teams moving down towards the southern side, we did see a few teams in anticipation dropping down on that southern edge. Squads went right over there, trying to then work their way up over on towards the mainland yet again. But I think, especially moving up into Ferry Pier, it wasn't a brutal zone, and the teams could be quite happy with that. But I want to see what's going to be happening as we progress throughout the... Of course, first up, the next stop is going to be all the way over onto Murmur itself. But yeah, the teams now kind of made a bit of a statement. I'm pretty sure some of the squads didn't perform exactly the way that they would have liked, and so they have an opportunity to try and rectify that. But they'll have to wait for at least game number 3, right? Because we do have the other two getting ready for the action. But yeah, let's take a look at it though, as we have our team stats coming through from the side of Aura. Pretty decent damage across the board, but Soulbot definitely doing some hard work here for the team. With regards to damage, we did see Senor securing those 4 eliminations, and that puts them on a nice comfortable total of 8.
Yep, I mean, they had already started off a very funny, not a funny play, but a chill play, where they did not choose to engage in any action at all. But when they secured that one just by the end of the game, that is when they got all these kills backed up in their backpacks and ready to start off the day. 8 eliminations, that is definitely a good start coming from our esports. A lot of damage from Soulbot, but we did see a lot of Thala knocks here and there. So honestly, that was a good job coming from the whole team. Although we did lose Omega along the way, but we did have Senior, Thala, and Soulbot carrying the team along the way. They got the points happening here and there. They were not losing to any team, and it paid off. They got themselves a winner chicken dinner just for the start of the day, and it's gonna be a good head start. It's always a good thing if you start with that chicken dinner, but now the tough work starts when you have to maintain the same position, where it becomes crazy.
100% agree with you on that one. Then, of course, moving on to our match summary here, we still see quite a bit of presence coming through from Senor and the remainder of Aura, but we also then have Kairu as well as Power Bebe coming in here, traveling the greatest distance. It's unfortunate that we didn't see too much coming through from Power Bebe in this last game. Hopefully we'll see a little bit moving into the rest of the day. But of course, those grenade eliminations that we saw coming through from Senor all happened in that last zone, right? Accurate hits coming through on that. So really good to see that close quarter engagements coming through from the side of Aura. Overall decent servings here. Let's take a look at the next slide, which would most likely be the MP. It's none other than... I don't see a name. It just says the player, but there we go. Oh, okay, I get it. It's the whole entire Aura team. They are the MVP player. No, of course, that is Senor coming through with the 4 eliminations. 601 damage. Knocks all the assists, 17 heals, and surviving all the way to the very end. So, big shout out going over to Senor for getting first MVP of the day.
Yes, for sure. Congratulations to our MVP Senior. He was quite, I didn't see much of him when he came to the fight happening, but when now the game was coming to an end, it was like, okay, now everyone now hold vibe. It's time to show what I can do. And he finally got that MVP, and Aura Esports is proud of his play, but of course maintaining that, because there's 200 USD for the MVP, so you have to just stay there as long as you can. because the crazy players have not yet started playing yet. I've not seen those crazy players with 10 kills because they felt like they needed 10 kills from the whole game. We've not seen that yet, yeah? But the MVP bracket is a really interesting bracket that I like looking at because it's never the same. Unless you're Shiva, it's never the same.
Yeah, well, we like never the same, right? It keeps things interesting. And speaking about it, of course, we are going to be prepping ourselves to head into our very first break for the day as well. We've got Game 2 coming up. It is going to be our next few groups bouncing forward. We've already seen Group A and Group B playing it out, showing us what they can bring in for our very first game. But that was only the start, right? We still have a whole lot more to come. We've got 6 rounds in total here today, so 5 more maps to be played. We are heading into Murmar, going back to Erangel, and we'll keep that pattern going until we get to the end of the day. So be sure to stay tuned. Here what I'm missing. And if your team that you're rooting for has not yet stepped onto the battlefield, right? It's because you haven't shouted them out in the chat yet, right? Give them some love, show them some support, and of course, we're curious to see who you are going to be rooting for. As I mentioned already, we are going to be looking at Group C and Group D coming in next. And so, Mitch, do you have any thoughts, anything that you're expecting to see coming through from these next 2 groups in the next round?
For sure. I mean, I just said it. I've not seen the crazy ones. Everyone right now is sober-minded. Team execute, they call themselves, they were high the whole time, but we've not seen them going crazy just yet, right? So when we go into these next groups, there's some names like Fallen Ruthless. We've not seen them in the game. We've not seen Rescue Esports. We've not seen them in the game. So these are teams that people are going to be looking at. I've not seen Brutal Psychos. I've not seen a good number of teams that I know can really do a good job when it comes to the Kenya scene. So, of course, when we head into the next groups, I'm expecting more. I'm expecting a little bit of some change here. Compared to Group A and B, we did have a slow, nice and easy game. So let's see what Group C and D is going to be bringing for us in the next games.
Yeah, well, we are going to be hopping into that break, so we'll see you back in a short few moments. Don't go anywhere.
competing on the global stage never died. Now your chance to rise has returned. New beginning, new season. PMNC Qualifiers, Kenya. 4 paths, 1 road, 1 goal. This is 2026 PMGO Africa Season 2.
PMNC Kenya full group stage, day number 1st, game number next, coming in hot, also known as game number 2. As we are going to be looking at 2 of our next groups stepping up to the table to show us exactly what they can bring onto the battlefield. That is going to be Group C, Group D. Group A have already wrapped it up, and I did see some people being very, very excited about the fact that Mitch mentioned some team names. So, you know what? I'll keep the ball rolling. I'll keep asking her to call out teams just because. No, I'm, of course, kidding, right? I won't torture Mitch like that, but yeah, Mitch, an exciting start. Our first round, of course, we did see the players there from Aura managing to get their hands on that glorious winner chicken dinner, the compound going a long, long way. But that was air angle, right? That was whenever a few minutes ago. We are getting ready to head over into Miramar with the next few groups, and as we've already been talking about a little bit off camera, you're pretty excited about who we have coming up next.
Yes, I am, because we have a good lineup coming into, Group C and Group D. I have seen really strong teams. You have seen them mentioned in the comment section. Fall and Ruthless. We have to see how they're going to be playing. We have NGX. We have 4PF. These are teams that the Kenya scene is here with, and they're expecting a lot from them as well. I'm not the only one who's expecting these teams to dominate. I'm sure people watching from the comfort of their couches are thinking these teams need to do something. So I'm really excited. I know here we're going to be having a couple of crazy ones, and I'm here for I need to see them.
Yes, and we are going to be seeing all 16 of the next few teams stepping out and showing us exactly what they can bring on forward. So see, you said that you have some power when it comes to naming teams, right? I don't claim that, and so I can talk about any of these teams as much as I want. So I'm curious to see what's going to be happening. There's a few interesting names that I can see on the list for the next few groups that are going to be stepping up. I think the Snipers look interesting, right? The Snipers Esports. Perfect map for them, right? Miramar, a map that really allows for that more long-range engagement to come through. Then there's going to be Furious 9. Are they going to be driving around a lot and doing so, or will we see some big rocks coming in as well? If you catch the reference, well done. But yeah, I want to see what's going to be happening on that front. We've got the Red Wolves coming through as well. We've got the Raven Blood, or is that Raven Blood? Raven Blood. There we go.
Raven, yes.
Yes. Again, we've got Nemesis Prime coming up as well. I mean, there's a whole list of teams. There's 16 of them. So for the viewers, if you have somebody in here that you want to shout out, apparently, as you've said, Mitch, over on TikTok, people are spamming crazy with the names, just shouting team names out all over the place. I'm not seeing the same thing on YouTube. We do see names every now and again. And where else you're watching as well, be sure to show some love for your teams. The more you say their name without spamming, the better they'll do. If you don't believe me, try it. Then we'll see if it works.
Yes. And all I can tell you is trust DK, not me. Trust DK. And if he tells you to do it, just do it, Or yeah, of course, chat, tell us in the comment section. For the teams coming in for Group C and D, you will see a couple of familiar names, so make sure to give them a shout out. I will not shout out anyone, but of course we do know a team like Fall and Ruthless. Is that shouting out a team?
No, you're just talking about them. Yeah, because I didn't ask you the question, so you're safe.
Perfect. So we have Fallen Ruthless there, and I see a few of you asking about them. Where's Fallen Ruthless? They're coming in the next game, and of course, I know you're expecting good plays coming from them. You've seen them dominate in our scene. You've seen them try to find their way around PMGO. So it is their time to shine again. So let's see if they're going to do the same, or it might just be a tricky day for them, just like Team Execute and Rush Esports.
Yeah, I mean, both those teams that you've mentioned now, or all 3 of them, in fact, that you've mentioned, right, they've had some pretty good performances coming through the finals themselves. But at other teams that we see also coming in here is we got the NGX as well. We got the 4PF coming through, and I'm just looking kind of based on the performance that we've had from them in the past. And I mean, I also just realized that Aura placed 16th last time around, right? And so for them to bounce back like this already, coming in with their first winner chicken dinner, where the previous season they weren't able to get any, already says a lot about what these teams are capable of and just how much work they've put in preparation to being here in season 2. So yeah, I want to see where this is going to go. Again, give all the predictions and shout-outs that you want to get. I'm not going to ask Mitch for anything because I don't want people shouting at her. Right, we'll let the teams do the shout on the battlefield as we look to see who's going to be getting what in. But I'm expecting some great things. I mean, especially looking at what we have, our historical data based on, you know, teams' prior performances. I want to see those change-ups, right? Because, as I said, right, NGX in next, we are going to be looking at the players from Relentless coming forward. 4PF, as that you've also said, could be a team to watch. See, are they going to blow us away when it comes to Miramar, or are they going to wait until we see them over on Erangel? It could be one of those two.
Could be. There's something about Miramar that most people tend to overlook. It's either you know it or you don't know it. So I know that area that I can go. There is nothing like that. If you do not understand Miramar, then my friend, you're cooked. There's nothing I can tell you past that. Miramar is a tricky map. In PUBG Mobile, it is the trickiest map, and you have to understand it. You can make a rotation, land somewhere in Picado, and the game decides we are not staying in Picado. We are going all the way maybe to, what is this? Water treatment. I don't know what, I'm forgetting the name. Why, DK? What is happening? Puerto Paraíso, no. You know, you can go anywhere. True. I said water. Honestly, but even being on a serious note here, Miramar is not a map you cannot play if you do not understand. You'll be on the losing end from the word go, because you can go anywhere and find a team that understood that if this game is starting here, there's a rotation we'll make. So if your team doesn't have mentality, Miramar will be a big L for your team. You might not even secure a kill or even placement points by the time the game comes.
I think you have a very valid point over there, because I mean, map knowledge is a big thing. You've got to understand not only where rotations can come from, but also how you could look to contest those rotations potentially, right? You got to understand where the compounds are, what are good angles to take, what are good positions to try and peek, and of course also the range of your weapon, right? It doesn't help you want to go with a crowbar, but it is like 100 meters away, right? Unfortunately, PUBG doesn't work that way, that you can throw the crowbar far enough to get to that person, right? So you have to be very decisive with that. But yeah, overall, I think I'm quite excited to see what Miramar is going to be bringing in and how these teams are going to be looking to kind of get themselves set up. After this round, there shouldn't be any reason for nerves anymore, right? Everybody has had their first go, has had the opportunity to kind of get themselves nice and warmed up and, you know, get the blood flowing. Then we want to see pushing, we want to see pressure, we want to see some big brain plays coming through, because as we know, there's only so many teams that can move from the group stages up into the regional finals. So if you want to be the team to potentially represent Kenya moving forward, you know what you got to do. You got to bring it in. And speaking about a heat though, Mish, we are just a few seconds away from hopping into our very second match of the day. So where do you think we're going to go with regards to the planes, right? Do you think it's going to be on the middle or somewhere on towards the sides?
May the god of PUBG put it towards the side so that we can see who understands Miramar, because that rotation will be so hard that you will not know where to go. So if the gods are listening to me, may the game be on that farthest side towards the sea. May we all become fishermen and maybe see the best fisherman with the biggest catch.
Well, may the best fishermen win, as we are going to be making our way down. We are pretty close to where you've asked, right? But instead we are a little bit more down towards the southern side. As you can see, that western edge of the zone quickly approaching that big old wall of the no-go zone coming up, as the teams are going to be looking to make their... Why is bro running out of the sky? That is very interesting. to look at right there. But yeah, we'll see in a short few
Very
moments
pretty.
exactly where everybody is going to look to get themselves situated and how they are going to look to loot it up. As well, there we have the spread. Quite a nice split coming through. A few teams heading north, a few teams heading south. And, ooh, we could be in for some hot drops.
Yes, yes, and yes. This is just something. What? I said far away, and then it became in the. Oh my God. It took a good slice, a nice, good slice of Miramar. But you know what? It's fine. Next time, I will say what I want so that it can give the opposite. I'll say what I don't want so that you can give the opposite. But yes, you've said it. We're going to be having some early here at La Bendita in Pala. We do have a good number of teams landing around that area. Picado, there is a team there. Los Leons, almost most of them have chosen to stay around La Benita. El Pozo, we will also see a little bit of some fights happening there. I like this. I like it when the team believes in their potential, because all these hot drops, they all know in their minds and in their hearts that they can actually win every single fight that finds their way to them. The Furious Nine, Fallen Ruthless, same place as well. So let's see how this actually plays out and which team will be going out of the game very, very early as we begin here in Miramar.
Yes, yes, yes. It is going to be NGX now trying to dodge a monster truck as 4PF is going to start to pushing up Kakashi and Kiro. Having a bit of a showdown here. Both just deciding that, you know what, it's not worth it, right? I don't have a weapon, you don't have a weapon, and I'm not going to sit here and try and run you over. You know, tires are expensive, but in the meantime, NGX, they got to find a little bit of something here, as there are a few scattered compounds ahead of them. Viz also now finding themselves right on the edge of Graveyard. They do have a little bit of company, though, coming in alongside them. I believe that is Relentless 7 sharing the position here with them.
Yes, that is true. I mean, the name is there. The snipers, they're all the way up in the tower, and they're ready to do as their name states. They have a sniper. He has a KFC t-shirt. I mean, what could go wrong with a sniper and food? Nothing. He could easily eat, also get the kills counting. So I believe this is a good start here for the snipers. They're quite prepared. They're ready for the second game here in Miramar, being the first game for Group C and Group D. Now, here's the thing. We are yet to see in the chart, just like you mentioned, DK, which teams are people voting for. But like I said, if you look at TikTok right now, we do have FR being mentioned, F9. They are getting mentioned, and they need to live up to the expectations. We need to see if they're going to be doing that. We do have FR repeats. They are coming from John and No Cup. So we'll wait and see if we're going to be having something happen here. You see, I'm not the one jinxing DK. At this point, it's the chart. Let's say it's the chart. It's not me. No way.
Yes. Right. So,
Thank
Chad,
you.
you must know, with great power comes great responsibility, right?
Correct.
Don't abuse it. Use it wisely. Right. So, yeah, I mean, I want to see how these teams are going to look to go about it. We got the players here from MTF also going about their loot, looking to find a little bit of something. We see them, they drop on towards that northern Edita, getting, or rather southern edge of La Bendita, pretty close to Minas Generales, but they are not going to be looking to get all too aggressive just yet. FTG, though, decent setup all the way up in towards Chumacera. You've got the squad here from AC, also about their way. I know AC is not their full name. They do have a nice long company in there, but we've not been able to look at them just yet. Oh, that's probably Zero Esports, because I can see the there in the logo.
The what?
Exactly. It's there.
Yes. Just like DK said, we can see Zero. I don't know how to say that. That's quite, I cannot say what you're saying. So that's really cool. But yeah, we have them, Rescue Esports really, really close to them. There might just be an encounter here. We can see it is getting towards one of the players from Rescue Esports. That might be a risky play coming from him. says that Dice and Goon are very far out and they're not that close to him. So one knock is enough to confirm that elimination. It will be easy. But I like Miramar sometimes. Sometimes can be a good day for the players. Sometimes it can be very bad. But if you understand it, it will be the best map ever. You get lingering around the hills, they're lingering around the tiny sharks, they're thinking about their next move. But if you understand it, I mean, so DK, I mentioned the crazy ones, right? Not like crazy, cuckoo, but crazy, like they don't know any limits, and that is RC. This team has no limits, right? You'll see it. They're the blue zone, and they will roll to get at least a couple of eliminations before they can go to that safe zone.
Yeah, but sometimes that is exactly what you got to do. We can see Hate now. Ooh, yeah, he doesn't like that at all. As Zero Esports are losing players slowly but surely. The pressure is going to be applied. You can see RC now just full sending at Rescue Esports. Trying to see if they can bounce back and claim a few cheeky kills. But it is going to be Goon and Bisho. Quite separated, and especially in a position like this, you don't want to have too many gaps between you and your teammates, as Bichu is going to be now the last one left to kind of keep everything together here. For Rescue, this is looking pretty decent, right? Already just racking up those eliminations, and points are stacking up as, Dice is the last one, and he's just under the camera, so we can't really see him just yet. But based on the position and what we know about Pozo, there's not too many hiding for them.
Yep. I mean, right now, that's like I said, they are the crazy ones, right? They're risking their HPs to that blue zone. They're using their utilities a little bit too early in this game. And now, for a team like Zero, these are remaining. Rashian is looking for a chance, to get a thrust happening here on Goon. And Dice is also quite patient. The moment Mike is aware of his surrounding, he will be able to easily get a knock and a thrust there happening. But we have Hamilton trying to get some rotations, trying to start up the Mike has been spotted. First casualty there coming from Rescue Eastwood, but Dice not be able to confirm this. But 3 grenades in your bag, my friend. That grenade should have been used to confirm Mike, because this thing could go either way, DK. Either he survives or he takes one person home. The best bet, take one person home with you. Easy.
Yeah, and with home, of course, we are referring to the lobby, right? That is the place where the players live. That is their home. So we'll see whether or not Zero Esports can maybe look to clutch this one up. Either which way, it is going to be a little bit dicey, but we'll find out soon enough. I like still the aggression going through from Rescue, but they have to also consider that they have about 30 seconds until the blue zone for stage number 2 is going to start to move in, and that could bring quite a few complications along with it. Rashinado, I like the nades. Trying to see if they can maybe help create a bit of an opportunity, and there we have it. Zero gets punched out. Off they go. Unfortunately, not going to see much more from them coming through in this match. But now comes the hard part for Rescue. They have to come through with that rotation, and they have a very, very long way to go. 3,000 meters to travel all the way to the far eastern side of the map.
Oh my God. When we say rotations can be crazy, this is not the one you want to make. 3,000, what? That is a lot of movement coming from just your team. But of course, some teams are willing to risk it all just to ensure they get as many points and before they make it into them. And the name, DK, this one I will not let you butcher because he will ask you. The name is Rashian, okay? Rashian? Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Yeah, see
Rashiano
the
is the name. Yes, correct. Yeah, so keep that in mind. But of course, talking about Rashiano, we do have another team that is taking on a fight. Kuel, I'm not saying Kuel, who retired from the esports scene, is back in the scene. This is an interesting turn of events because if he is, I can assure you he's a good player. We have seen his potential from a long time ago, but he decided to take a break. So let's see if it's going to affect his play now that he's back. And I think the scene might be a little bit different. I think that's how it feels when you're away from something, right?
Yeah, same, but different. Exactly. So let's see who's going to do a little bit of a pressure play here, as Nemesis are going to be keeping their positions I can pronounce quite easily, right? We've got Rob, Trevor. I can perfectly read every name. It's going to be Kule though, just holding on the edge, waiting for Nemesis to try and do a little bit of something. It doesn't seem like Nemesis Prime are all too aggressive. Either they're trying to get a good assessment of the position here, or they're waiting for something, as we do see Yakari up on the top. Meanwhile, it's going to be excess power, looking to exercise a little bit of that waiting power as Art comes up right alongside them. The Red Wolves having a few potential surprises in the back, but Fallen Ruthless though, they are finding themselves in a bit of a tricky situation, right? They've got some heat coming through from R7.
That is a little bit too early here for Fallen Ruthless to start losing their numbers. But we have Shaki trying to get the revives, and TZ is also trying to secure some elimination. We do have a fight here brewing, and it's going to be a hard time for Hulk and the teammates from S&P, and they'll be going back slowly a little bit too early. I taking that first leave in the game. It's the most painful thing in any esports player's dream. I mean, there is no way you're making the first exit. It feels bad, you know. It's like you went for a party, and yeah, they decided that they're not going to start eating if you're here. So they first chase you away. They pretend the party is over. They know what they want. They want to enjoy everything without you. That's what's happening here. You go back to the lobby. Now everyone is getting killed. You're watching from the windows. It's painful, you know. It hurts. Hey.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say you get invited to a party, but the wrong address, right? It's pretty much the same thing. Right?
But here we are all in the same address.
Exactly. You're in the wrong room. Get to the other one. Get to the dining room and let's go feast. But speaking about which, though, we are looking over at the Red Wolves having themselves a little bit of an angle over onto Excess, right? Excess, though, I mean, not the worst position to be in. It does provide them with a little bit of an angle, a little bit of a play through on this position here. But I want to see Excess actually get out there and look to bring a little bit of something here. Meanwhile, it's going to be the Revan Blood team now looking to up as they don't wait for third parties, right? They are the third party as they bring the aggression, the rush, the speed. And this could be a very good pacing for a lot of times we see teams that just double down on the aggression. They have quite a phenomenal day.
Yeah, it could go either way. Could go either way. Depends on which side of the fight you are in. But that will be the end of the road for R7. And as they finish that, we might be having a fight of the century. That is FR and RC taking on each other. We have seen Hamilton has been taken. Why would you call yourself Hamilton? But of course, you have to live up to the name. And we've seen him already taking off the race here, and he's going to be chilling that lobby as the team decides what is their plan from now that we've lost one of our teammates. What are we going to be doing after this? So right now, Riven, like you've mentioned, they did move off the fight, but they do want to still have whatever is happening right in front of them. They're really careful though. They could lose a couple of players along the way if they decide to stay there a little bit longer. They might be seeing teams creeping in from angles that they did not plan to have happening around them. But so far, DK, you can see the teams that we mentioned: Deadly, FR, RC. They might be in a huddle, all the three teams together.
Yeah, I mean, that seems to be the play here. But now the big question I have is who else will we see potentially pushing further up in towards the zone? Because they're currently pretty open, right? All the teams essentially just situated over on towards that edge position. To risk it just yet. Meanwhile, we do see those altercations coming through in the feed. It's going to be Revan Blood now full sending it here, looking to get in. Oh, we got to watch out behind you. The Stings now hitting as the pair. The Red Wolves. Ooh, good defense though. I mean, just backing it up, hit after hit, and with that, It is going to be Revan Blood getting taken out of here. 5 points, though. They are picking up those 5 eliminations. So it's not going to be a bad case to play here for them. But still, a lot of positions to try and apply pressure from now. As we can see things starting to dilute a little bit as the teams have to prioritize zone positioning.
Yeah, they need to start moving as fast as they can. For Deadly there, they have lost Manu. And look at Vivan there. I mean, you mentioned how they did go away from the fight, but they came back. Now see how what happened here. It went all the sides other than victory. But it's totally okay. There is the next time for RC though. Grenades are towards them. They have FTG Sali looking to get a couple of eliminations to their side. Rescue Esports, one player might down. Deadly Teamy creeping in as well. We can see a number of players by here trying to see what's really happening. But as you can see, Rescue Esports not ready to lose just yet. Sali has a very, very tight position. Nice grenade there coming from Sharky, but he misses by a small margin. Now he's creeping in. He's like that parasite that you do not know where it is, but he's just coming to bite you anytime you're idle. And we have Timmy there trying to get something happening against Sali, who is making a run for it. And Timmy is not willing to engage just yet. Last player standing, Deadly Esports. Quite patient, if you ask me, but he has to make his way to the safe zone and avoid this fight as much as he can because it's not worth it. Honestly, it's not. You're solo. Make a run for it. No one will care if you're Murife. No one cares. Just run.
Well, let's see what is going to happen here as Rescue Esports also now move in. We did see that rotation from them making their way through. But it's, again, quite an exposed position that they find themselves. Yes, they are a few ridges, but you've got to try and read the angles. As now the Trailblazers are trying to gatekeep over on towards this eastern side of the zone. They've got the blue at their backs. But can they keep the angles situated ahead of them? Rescue trying to move up, clearing things out. I like the smokes being deployed here as well. Just keeping things a little bit more interesting, providing that extra little bit of cover. But it is a Bishak kid though. Ooh, having the shots just nipping at his heels. Meanwhile, 4PF also finding themselves a little bit of an altercation as things are starting to pop off all over the place. Of course, that's happening all the way up in the northern half of the zone as the teams are going to have a little bit of difficulty rotating up. Down south here, things are looking quite comfortable though. Yes, we do see Rescue and FR having a go at each other, but all things considered, they don't have to move up from here. And we also do have the eliminations now starting to trickle in.
That's actually true. Fallen Ruthless are trying to bug more as they throw some grenades towards Rescue Esports. Rusciano quite damaged. Another one comes in from TZ, almost connecting, actually does. And Rusciano's HP is so low. Oh, the one small spray coming from Shakid will be taking run. And as you can see, they're trying to get these eliminations confirmed. They want to make sure the team in to be surviving. One player remains standing, and as Shaki tries going for that push, nicely done. The shotgun will be connecting, and QE Sports will be making an early exit in the game. Now, DK Gojo from the comment section, I'm jinxing EXE, and then he said, "Easy for RC." Guess who's jinxing RC now? Yeah.
It shows you.
It happens.
Right? If your name appears in blue, there's something you can do to make some magic happen. That's why I'm happy with my name looking exactly like everybody else's, because, you know, I don't want that responsibility on my shoulders, right? I'm just here, and we're trying to, you know, convey everything that we see happening on the battlefield. And so I'm happy with that. Speaking about which, though, we did see the players there from Nemesis finding themselves right alongside 4PF, but 4PF has already been dealt quite a few heavy hands, as I can essentially just see one player from PF up on his feet as Kakashi now gets taken down. I'm not quite sure how things are going to play out there for them, but yeah, for Gardner, the Gardner holding up as a solo. Things are looking a little bit shaky there. And then, of course, we do see the players there from Fallen Ruthless just to the south of them as well. Good thing is they are in zones. They're going to have to make something work with these positions as they continue to come through. Meanwhile, the Trailblazers up towards the north. They do spot a few rotations coming in right alongside them. NGX. Ooh, no. Ooh, what a hit though onto Alex.
Nice.
But now comes the rest of the team trying to close it up. No way. Gets another hit going his way. It's the Trailblazers down to Ryan, but Ryan's got to watch out for that health bar. As the shots from NGX could be wrapping it up for them right here. Kelly 4K sending the nade over, and this could be the end. In fact, it is NGX making one look easy.
That is an amazing grenade there coming from Kelly. Well there from Kelly. He was patient. He watched as his teammates were getting eliminated. Unfortunately, his cover sprays did not do much. That did seal the deal for the team. A little bit of some eliminations have come to their bag, and they can stay a little bit longer from this game and be happy with those elimination points. Now, as the game continues, we have Furious 9, a team that we have seen people in that comment section every single minute asking where is F9. Finally, they're here. We do have Jamal, a good player from the team. We'll be waiting to see how he takes on the fight, how he will be dominating, and if the fans in the comment section are going to be happy with this game. Now, for FR and RC, they seem to be playing quite aggressive here, DK, and they have lost 2 players along the way, and RC has lost a whole team along the way. And I feel like they should, tone it down a bit so that they can at least make it to the end of the game with all these eliminations that they have been able to bag just from the first few phases of the zone.
Well, let's see whether or not they can make anything happen with it. Can they put that into some forward momentum here for them? Fallen Ruthless down to that 2-piece. It is going to be a kid and Tezen just now trying to kind of advance the overall whereabouts that they are hit. As you can see, some mad dashes coming through. Shakid just running up with his teammates. So essentially, we've got quite a few squads already situated within the zone. We do see NPE also starting to come through with a bit of a rush as they rotate around, trying to get over those mountains and back into the safe area. Excess power though. Nice bit of a setup that they have on the southern side. They only have though, if they can bring Arman back into the fight, it could really help them lock down at least a few of these heals. But looking at F9's position, right, Furious 9 is going to apply quite a bit of that leverage over onto excess power.
Yes, they will, and their numbers are looking good, but they have 2 players lurking in from Fallen Ruthless. Shakid is also trying to get closer, trying to get a peek of what's happening, and we see TZ on the other side getting some knocks as well, with Shakid confirming them along the way. Now, this is good teamwork coming from Fallen Ruthless, and we have NGX Kelly creeping in as well as Solo from NGX, last man standing. And he seems confident enough to take on fights right in front of him. All I need to see is F9's plan, that they have at least duos and solos in front of them. They have the numbers, but somehow they are not the ones engaging fights just yet. But we do have, they are taking on a fight. Yakari has to take on a 1v1 against Shakid, who's very much confident, throwing a nice grenade. You can see the grenade there having a whole Sharingan happening there. But the grenade goes in nicely down there from Yakari as well. And then Nate does get some damage on Shakid. But we see him trying to go in for that push. Shakid, a shotgun in his hand, pre-fires connecting, and Yakari is not stopping, but Shakid times the reload and will be taking the last player from Nemesis back to lobby. What amazing play there coming from Shakid.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for the side of NPE that they brought through such a longer rotation, trying to get themselves back up in towards that zone, only to find themselves at the mercy of Fallen Ruthless. But a good play overall. Now, looking back over onto the players here from Furious 9, they do have quite a bit of possession of the zone currently, and we've seen it time and time again. If a team is able to kind of spread out, keep themselves relatively close, but assert their position in the zone, it is going to be a very comfortable push towards that winner chicken dinner, as we do say goodbye to excess power, as they will get completely and depleted of their health bar. Now, down to the final 4 teams it is. We still have NGX in here. We've got the players from 4PF, we've got Fallen Ruthless, and then of course Furious 9. So a decent lineup, but it is all going to come down to who has the best control of the zone, who has the most possession, and of course is able to utilize everything available to them here. So I'm going to be looking at Furious 9. So for the fact that they have 10 eliminations already in the bag, hitting the double digits is going to look good. And the only thing to add with that is going to be that winner chicken dinner.
Correct. That double-digit elimination is just the icing on the cake. If they get an Adina, just to make sure they have sealed a good margin for every single team that is participating tonight, but they are not stopping. They are waiting for more. I mean, they're hungry, and you can see they can hear Kelly, and we do have F9 Bonnie, who's looking for, I mean, that loophole. Basically, any player that is not a lot in this fight, he will be eliminated on Bonnie's moving around, scouting in the area. Same to Sharkid, who's also looking for anyone who's lurking around that a plan, and that would be be spotted by Shakid. Now, here's the thing. For the teams like Fallen Ruthless, they have been able to secure good elimination points, Furious 9 as well. But we do have one player there from 4PF DK that no one is talking about. Gardner. Oh, never mind.
Yeah,
Spoke too soon. Spoke too soon.
You were saying something about the player, and then something happened, and then bing, bang, boom, and then other stuff is unraveling all over the place. Yeah, I'm not pointing fingers, but we only have two teams. It's going to be Fallen Ruthless and Furious 9. Oh, Fallen Ruthless now trying to get their 14th elimination in the bag. That could be at the expense there of Borney. As you can see, the nades just landing in. Kiddo and Jamal holding up towards the northern side. We've got Dynamo coming through with a potentially dynamic position all the way on that far southern side. Can they get the wrap? Could this be the ticket for Furious 9 to rush down and take out the side of Fallen Ruthless? Both teams have been working so hard at just bagging up so many eliminations, but it is going to be relying on Tezen and Shakid to see, can Fallen Ruthless get their first winner chicken dinner? The Kenya Group Qualifiers, day number 1.
Well, it all depends on how this last fight unfolds. And for Tezinho, it seems like he decided to call himself Tezinho. While the team will be cooking up a Kobe there on Kido connecting, and that will be the first knock that they'll be needing to go in for that push against the Furious 9. And as you can see, Shaki there taking his vehicle furiously, trying to go in for that push. Jamal is ready to take on Shakid, but what he doesn't know is Shakid is ready and prepared to take him down as well. Grenades are starting to fly from different angles. They're looking for that knock. Tezinho is also cooking up a grenade. Not sure about the player's location, but as you can see, one of them has already exposed their location. That will be Dynamo, but only one of them can secure chicken dinner. Big question is it going to be FR or is it going to be F9?
Well, either which way, one of the teams with the F at the start of their name is going to be the one to succeed here. I mean, Fallen Ruthless now starting with 15 eliminations. It does seem like everything is quite in their favor. They do have a little bit of leverage, a little bit of high position. Jamal also in a very similar setup there, as Dynamo is going to look to fall back and try to strengthen up the position here. And this is where being too spread out is something that could come back to bite you. And that, of course, explains why Jamal is not doing all too much. Right, Shakito has had the opportunity to kind of repair that health bar, bring himself back up to full, but now it is going to be the Send, spots out a bit of an angle. Tezen also making sure that they are properly primed as they are going for the painkillers. Ooh, the grenade starting to come on through. Beautiful hit over onto Shakid. Now feeling the pressure as Jamal and Dynamo are going to start to approach, rushing straight on forward. Quick shift in momentum. But a play going through here from Tezen does bring us back onto even ground, as it is now a 1v1. It is Tezen versus Dynamo. Good nade. Oh, he runs straight into that. The Blue's going to start nipping at his heels.
Wow.
Meanwhile, Dynamo is going to look to keep the team in the fight. It goes for the rest. Quick reaction. That is in F9. Comes through. They reign supreme, but FR walk away with 15 eliminations to their name. And I believe that F9 made it all the way up to 12
Oh, but I mean, what was that push coming there from Tizino? I'm not sure his plan was. Maybe for the utilities, they were a bit low for him. But honestly, that push did, of course, cost him. And it is the reason why he wasn't able to take on F9 while they were trying to, see what their plan is against FR. But good play coming from Furious. They were furious enough to get themselves a chicken dinner, but are they furious enough to be crowned the best team in Kenya after their games are done in PMNC Kenya stage? That is all going to be up to what they decide to do after the it's their first game of the night here for Group C and D. We have enjoyed Teasy. We have enjoyed Shakid. But looking at Furious 9, the energy they had from the word go actually paid off when it came to that last zone fight. They took their time, the reflexes on point, and they were able to get themselves a chicken dinner.
Yeah, but it was also quite close, right? We did see
Yeah.
Ruthless coming really, really close to turning this whole situation on its head as well. So, yeah, very exciting, quite nail-biting all the way to the very end. But you got to give credit to where credit is due. And Furious 9, they do with the team to just do the most, right? Managing to hit the shots when they mattered. A few risky angles being taken, but you know what? It paid off, and it's good to see. Speaking of which, though, we are going to be making our way into that team stat breakdown very, very soon to give you a better look at how much damage everybody was able to bring in, where they find themselves with the amount of eliminations. But quite a few cheeky nades. I mean, Shakid also rushing into that garage that we saw a little bit earlier on, going in with that S12K. A very, very bold move to make, but unfortunately for Shakid, the shots all worked out, and yeah, that's all.
Yes, it is. At the end of the day, it is a game. How good are you so that you can be crowned the best? And so far, so good. I'm loving what I'm seeing. I'm happy with what's happening right now. The teams are cooking. The teams are looking for a chance, to show us that they've been practicing during the break here from PMGO Season 1. And Group C and D might have been doing a little bit more here. I've seen how... Wait, before I say they've been doing great, RC has something to explain. Why they went they went out so early, they went back to lobby, and now everyone is asking in the comment section what happened. Why did they lose this early in the game? It does put a lot of pressure on the fans. Or am I talking too much about the fans?
Go, because as see, you can talk about them because you're not talking about the teams, you see, and so
Good thinking, eh? I like that. Yes. That's a nice save, eh? But of course, RC, they did the fans. What really happened there? I did not jinx anyone. You see, FR was there. They got themselves second place. So, guys, the cast is live. But of course, good play there coming from RC and FR. They tried their best, but we have to give it to the Furious 9 for that chicken dinner. And not only a chicken dinner, they were able to get themselves at least how many? 12 eliminations with 10 points from that chicken dinner. Basically, like we said, that icing on the cake. That means for F9, they will be going back home for this game with a total of 22 points just from their first game of the night.
yeah, I mean, not a bad start here for them, and I think F9, as you've said already, right, a really good overall showing coming through from them, but they were contested by the fallen Ruthless. You can see Tenzin coming through here with seven eliminations, also 1100 damage, as well as those 2 grenade finishes. Borny, even though he was able to be the star fragger for his team, he was also the one at the longest range hit, 391 meters, absolute insanity. But we love to see that as the teams look to cook up everything that they can. And of course, Dynamo was the one that traveled the greatest distance for his team to get them all into position. But that's quite interesting, especially looking at where they kind of started everything off, right? We did see them drop up into that San Martin position and then gradually rotating their way through. So, yeah, 12 kilometers, that is a hefty amount of traveling on that side. But the next thing for us to take a look at that is who our match MVP is. Let's see, who will it be? I think it's between Tezen and Borny. One of those two gentlemen did a phenomenal job. In fact, both of them did a phenomenal job, but one of those two will be our MVP, I'm sure.
Yep, and I cannot wait to see who is going to get that title, seeing that the two players are actually upcoming talents in the Kenyan scene, very young players, and they are doing a good job. And all I can imagine is they'll be in the next year, even a few months, with how they've been dominating so far. So if they get the MVP title, I believe that will be another boost in their system, just so that they can continue with the same momentum, get their training going, making sure that they show that even though they're the youngest, they can do a good amount of work in every tournament. And of course, it will pay off in the near future. But for now, we cannot wait to see how it goes. But traveling 12 kilometers, where were you going, Dynamo? Were you selling something that we did not see? Please explain, because that is long. There's no way he was the whole time. I think from the first zone, he might have been traveling from the word go. He was just driving, scouting. He might have been the scout as well. Who knows? But that is something maybe he will tell us later in the near future. But that is a good game, honestly. The match was really interesting, and most of the teams did put up a fight, and I enjoyed seeing that we do have teams that are coming up in the scene. I believe F9 did not the finals bracket for Kenya, and now they're here again. Just like our esports, F9 is also stepping up.
Yeah, teams bringing the heat, bringing the pressure, and that is what we love to see. So now we've seen all our squads play their first round of the day. Everybody's had their first game, so from here, moving forward, it is going to be same, but even better, right? That's what we're hoping for. So we are going to be looking at Group A and Group C coming in next, before Group B and Group D are going to be joining us in their second matchup of the day. But of course, as we've seen the rotation, the map rotation is going to be taking us right back into Erangel, after which we'll go to Miramar, and then that final rotation again, Erangel, Miramar. So good consistency. The teams, of course, getting the opportunity to have a decent spread and play as much of these maps as they can, right? Showing us what they can do when they step into different dynamics. But yeah, I think especially with Aura going up against Fallen Ruthless and FTG in the next one, that is going to be an interesting showdown. See that happen. But of course, there's going to be only one way for us to see that happening. We are going to be taking a quick break. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you right back on the other side.
true. And I'm not gonna lie,
Yes.
it's true. So believe him, okay? If you fail in your exams, ask me for DK's location. I know where to send you, okay? I got you. But looking at the odds here so far for the teams, NGX is looking like they want to take on a fight here. Kelly, last game that is in Miramar, was able to secure at least 3 eliminations for the team. And that is something I think he's going to be looking to do again when we come into this third game of the night. But Black Rain might not be ready to surrender just yet. They do have a defender in their team. And he's, I think, willing to defend the team all the way to victory. But let's see if that's going to be an easy one against NGX. No pressures, legendary London sport that is in George Paul. They never change their London sports. Sometimes I feel like some teams are cooking themselves. Let's say DK, I'm looking to eliminate NP very early in the game. What will be my strategy? Every Wrangle game, I land in Georgetown just to make sure I encounter NP.
Ooh. I mean, that is definitely a
I'm
strategy,
smart, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But unfortunately, you have to be a little bit more specific than that because there's a north and a south. So
Northern.
if you land and you sit on the bridge, cool. Which bridge? Because there's 3, right? So if you go to the bridge in George, yes, you will find a little bit of something. You'll definitely look at a lot of water. There's no fishes swimming around there. And that is just one of those things. But speaking about George, though, right? We do see the players from NP holding their position up towards the northern side. But then we've got the snipers coming through just south of them. So there's quite a bit of an opportunity for both teams over there to do a little bit of something. But speaking about which, though, NGX getting right down to business as they come in swinging with a little bit of that aggression. It is going to be Black Rain right here now on the receiving end. Still a good position that they're holding up into as Toshi is going to look to bring them back up. Both go just kind of yeeting out and absolute brutality coming down right upon them as, NGX, they just locking it in.
Yeah, they are ready to win this. You can see how they are really aggressive with the push here. They want to take on the last player, that is iTask, who's going against Kiro. His teammate Freak is already down, and we can see Kelly and the other teammate getting closer. They are going in for that push. iTask focusing on the wrong thing right now, trying to get the revive in such a situation will not be the best play. And of course, Kelly sporting him trying to get the revive. He will be getting the last player back to lobby. Really unfortunate calls here coming from the players, because honestly, Black had a chance of avoiding all this. iTask could have just taken at least 1 or 2 players while they were trying to go in for that push, but he opted for the revive. Sometimes might be the teammate who is asking for the revive and the need and the way they go all revive. Oh my god, it will pressure you to a point you cannot really understand what's happening around you. And I think that's what happened here on iTask's point of view.
Yeah, a lot of stress, a lot of pressure. And sometimes all you got to do is take a very deep breath and take your earphones out. So you can't hear the teammates saying things. But in the meantime, Apex, though, unfortunately, we did see them only come in with a 3-piece. They did lose CR7 in an early engagement. But now they're going to have themselves a little bit of a chase around as, well, it is F9 right here ahead of them. But of course, as we know, that's not who it is. As it is just pressure, and rushing all over the place. I like the aggression coming through from them, but can we see Apex Predators actually commit to that zone positioning? Because realistically, they have a very, very long way to go.
Yes, again, we'll be seeing 12K runs here from the teams. They seem to be enjoying driving. I mean, we have seen Furious 9 there with them, so I guess that's why they call themselves the Furious. They're fast and furious, ready to take on trips around the game here. One Take Esports as well joining the party. They can see a team going away from them. They might be forced to either chase them, try and get some fear brewing around the team, or they can just avoid them and go to their safe zone. And we are having another team creeping in on NGX, that is S&P Snipers Esports. Keel, Hulk, Karam, and Orzi. I believe that is a new team. The only person I know there is Keel. I'm not sure if it's the same Hulk because there's another Hulk as well in the game. But we'll see if that's the case. But F9, they seem to be taking on a fight already, DK. I think F9 has a plan. Either they're looking to be a little bit furious in this game or they're just willing to take the risk here.
Yeah, which one of those it is, we don't know, but they'll have one day to see what they can do with it. As you can see, the aggression just coming through here from them. And I like what they're doing, but can they now keep that ball going as the blue is going to be closing on up? It is going to be Nemesis, though, just gaining a little bit of entry as they get ahead of that closure. So good rotation coming through. But we're talking about NP looking to get into a little bit of a stronger setup, a stronger angle. Meanwhile, over on towards the edges of the cliff, it is going to be Deadly Esports now moving through. They do have easy access and good position of the compound here, but they got to watch out for those high vantage points that you can see. The team there from XS also now looking to move in, and that is going to be excessive power, looking for a little bit of something. Could be a good opportunity for them.
Yes, it will be for sure. I'm looking at the names for the teams in the Kenyan angle, and the excess power will be very funny, if it were in our slang, nah? But I mean, it is what it is, and it's a good thing to see that excess power is willing to take on some fights. I hope they're going to get a little bit of some points here. They did not have a really good start, even though they made it to the last zone fight. They didn't really survive that long enough to get a little bit of some eliminations to their name. But so far, it seems like we'll be having another fight brewing here. We do have the snipers are getting closer. They want to get on a fight. Actually, they do have one knock already. Hulk going in for that push. You can see him getting closer. Nice pre-fires. Looking for at least one person lurking, trying to get. We have Q there with the DBS going in for that push. Another player as well from the snipers tries to go in. Yakari gets knocked, actually thirsted by Hulk, and they're not stopping just yet. Q with the DBS. Another player goes down. Feroz taken back to lobby. Karam taking on a push as well. Nestolf in his hand. Someone was trying to watch the movie from the couch, but we have Karam taking him out as well. Last player remains standing, and his grenade might just be a Kobe, and Karam is cooking that grenade to perfection. One nice grenade, though, will be on his head, as we have that is going to be Raven cooking up another one. Nicely done there. Does get some damage on Karam, and of course, Hulk there has to be forced to get the revive, and immediately as they do that, we have another team that Bartin Fallen Ruthless. DK.
Ooh, this is that opportunity for them now to bring it all in. As you can see, Zedu cooking up a few nades. The same coming through here from Tezin. We're going to see Shakid and Zaber also now starting to close that gap on through. This could be absolute disaster coming through now for the snipers as the pressure is building. Can they keep it all together to add to the pressure? The blue, of course, is going to be coming in, sweeping through here. And it is stage 3 blue, so you don't want to spend too much time, as it is going to be just taking away from some of your health. You can see Cooler is going to be the first one trying to get out of that pressure situation, but Shakid with the off-angle position is going to look to stick it in, hold right there alongside him. And whichever way you look at it, it is going to be a really difficult decision now for the snipers to make, as they can't actually rotate out. They are going to get absolutely lit up when they start to push on forward. In the meantime, we do see NGX rolling up alongside them, so quite a few points of contention and a lot of pressure starting to build.
Yeah, Fallen Ruthless, of course. They had every single opportunity of getting as many points as they could here, but they decided to retreat and fight from afar. Zabar trying to get some sprays there towards the snipers who were standing strong, and we still see them getting spray there from Shakid. Nice rotation there from Shakid. He will be getting fast player down. A grenade is about to be launched. A nicely cooked grenade will be giving him a beautiful Kobe to his head. We do have Karam missing that grenade by a very, very small margin, and we have Zedu, and the teammates going in for that push, and just like that, Karam will be going back to lobby and joining his teammates for a nice cup of hot tea. Now everything goes well with tea, so they can relax and plan on the next game.
Yeah, and if you don't like tea, you can be like me and have some coffee. While we're dropping out the rhymes over here, the team's continuing to push on forward, making their way through Malta Power and squeezing up onto this small little peninsula that we've got here. Again, not a lot of space available, and we do see still quite a few teams not situated in the zone, so we could see multiple squads getting just picked on up and swept away by the big bad blue zone, because I mean, looking at the space, it is going to be absolutely crammed if everyone tries to squeeze on through. 4 Titans though finding themselves a decent position here, good bit of leverage that they could look to apply from this position. But ooh, MTF are going to be moving up as well, and I kind of like that position from MTF, right? Already in the zone, they don't have to stress about getting ahead of the blue. And similar kind of thing happening over on towards that far western side, right? The team that we just saw there over in the orange, of course, that is going to be Fallen Ruthless, also now looking to get themselves situated. So there's a lot of tension building up here in Malta.
Yep, that is true. Honestly, why is the rotation taking too long for some teams? No pressure though. They might have covered their 12K run, or rather drive. They have made their way into that safe zone. They might be taking on the southern side, where they'll find occupants, that is basically excess power, who have been holding that same position for a while, and it seems to be quite fruitful so far. Deadly Esports also in the same area around the southeastern side of the safe zone. We have a very good play here, but our Esports, DK, they are fishermen, and they seem to be looking to get a good catch, because Excess Power has 2 players also around the sea trying to get some, some cleaning happening as they wait for the game to continue. So there might be a nice exchange happening there between the 2 teams.
Yeah, there definitely could be, but let's see how this one is going to play out. We got NGX over on the coastline. We got Deadly moving in behind them as well. Ooh, I like where Deadly is currently situated. Even looking at what we've got here coming through from REN. Decent setup. MTF also trying to find a little bit of some over here. FTG holding steady. It's unfortunate that neither of these teams are looking further in towards the zone. I mean, sure, there's the team that is situated alongside you, but this is where you should ideally call it a truce and just kind of look at the teams trying to find that compound to move into, because I'm pretty sure you could see some very bold moves about to be made.
Yeah, for sure. MTF is really patient with their play there. They're looking for any chance to get some eliminations. We did see such a play coming from Aura Esports. Difference is that Aura had a better zone compared to what MTFR has, but they have a chance of praying to the heavens that that zone stays with them for a while. Fallen Ruthless, Zabar and Zedu, they're waiting. We have a nice split here. 2 of them on the eastern and 2 on the western, waiting on one take. Who also have a really good zone to their name. For MTF Esports though, they have teams passing by. They seem restless. Or either restless, or I'm just used to playing it safe. I don't like moving around in and out of the house, just play in the house. And if you get knocked, get revived in the house, not out the house. It's very risky.
Yeah, but you see, that's happening because if you stay in the house and you don't move, right, it is no longer strategic delayed rotation. It's called camping, right? And these teams don't camp, right? That's not something that they do, but it is going to be Relentless Esports, though, looking to get nice and aggressive as they're rushing forward. Ooh, the 4 Titans could be in for a world of pain here, but Relentless needs to be cautious. Not overextend everything all at the same time. You can see the utilities are going through. Relentless taking a really good spread here, but the shots coming through the smoke as well. Oh, unfortunately, Denver missing out on the position. Smooth though, getting ironed out. But Relentless looking really good right now.
I mean, Dembe. The FPP is coming to play here, but he's somehow missing 90% of the shots right now. And Titans, they are also going in for that push. A nice FPP coming from Rookie. Nicely done. Does get the fast player down. Might be looking to get another one. And Relentless Esports will not be able to survive anymore. They tried to get their game happening here, but it seems like the 4 Titans were willing to take the risk and go in for that push and get a nice taste of victory right now. But as they do that, it seems like No Pressure here have added a different player to the lineup there. Spikey has joined the game. So let's see what Spikey is about to brief for the team. A nice player. He calls himself the goat of 3 fingers. So let's see if that's going to be the case when it comes to this game. Will the 3 fingers come to play here? But no, he gets knocked. Almost dusted. Beautiful cover from Swashi. And he'll be taking Void back to lobby and easily getting the revive on Spikey. One thing to note though, Deadly and MTF and NP are all in the same compound.
Yeah, and that could be devastating for either of them. So let's see whether or not No Pressure is going to be able to hold up to the hype that you just created here for them, as Spikey is able to kind of patch himself up, but they are currently sitting on 7 eliminations apiece. We do see Nanu also just trying to contribute to the chaos, as No Pressure is feeling a lot of that. They are pinched between 2 other teams, and of course we do see the 4 Titans also creeping closer and closer. Washi now holding steady, looking for a bit of an angle out the window. Deadly, though, being an absolute menace, forcing them to focus on so many different angles of attack. But so far it does seem like No Pressure looking pretty decent. They still have at least all 4 players in this match, and they are now all back on their feet. So there's a big opportunity here for No Pressure to try and turn the tide.
Yep, there is definitely a big opportunity for them here. Fast grenade and knock here coming from Spikey. That will be Deadly Manu. And of course, as Manu is getting revived by his teammate, No Pressure is willing to apply the pressure. But they have to be really careful. MTF is still in the building. Demolish might just be able to demolish Aura. But of course, if it goes the other way around, we'll be having Aura farming some points from MTF's elimination. And as they do that, we do have 4 Titans creeping in. They are making their rotations into that safe zone. Now, this is what we were talking about. Make sure you are composed enough not to get distracted with whatever is happening around you. DK, if you look at NP right now, they do have 1 player dealing with MTF and 3 dealing the duo of from Deadly Clan right in front of them. I think this is good play, good teamwork.
Yeah. Divide and conquer, that is the approach they're trying to take here. And you can see a quick wrap-up coming through onto MTF as Demolish gets absolutely smoked. Now, MP, good rebound, but can they now pick it up yet again? Because, as we can see, they are not currently situated within the zone, and they still have that deadly threat right here in their midst. So let's see if that is going to play out for them. Meanwhile, the 4 Titans starting to push up a little bit more. And this is where things are getting really, really crazy. Because, I mean, we still sit with 6 teams in the lobby. And this could swing either which way. At least 3 of them are right here on the screen.
Yes, that is true. And No Pressure is really pushing to get this fight down. Otherwise, the zone will be their worst enemy. Glixie goes down. Manu gets knocked as well. I mean, amazing plays there from NP. Good cover from Spikey. Getting the last player. That will be Deadly Goat. And as they finish that, they need to start making their rotation. The zone waits for no man. And if they're not careful, they might lose a good number of players to that blue zone and make it so easy for Excess Power. A team that has held to this hill for the longest time possible. I have not seen them move at all. And it seems like the call they made from the beginning is actually a good call. They're still comfortable and no one is taking them out.
Yeah, I mean, that helps boost team morale quite a bit, but it's going to be the 4 Titans though going toe-to-toe here with NGX. Good spray over onto Kelly. It's up to the remaining 2. And this is a full set now from the 4 Titans as they are trying to lock it down, getting the trades up on the outside here. 1 down, super low on the health, and that is an easy clap coming through. The 4 Titans bagging up even more eliminations, but now, well, it is going to be quite short-lived as Fallen Ruthless comes in swinging right behind them. Cairo gets found. Down he goes, bringing the 4 Titans now to a potential 2-piece. As you can see them just holding on the edge, but Fallen Ruthless in a golden position here.
They have everything they have on their plate. All they need to do is make sure it works. Fallen Ruthless are making their rotations. They will be able to get at least a couple of eliminations along the way if any team decides to go towards their shore. And they're patient with their rotation. I've not seen them playing as aggressive as before, but 12 millions, that's a good one. Zabar has been going in circles, and I'm feeling dizzy on behalf of the viewers looking at Zabar. He's not moving, he's just going in circles, trying to scout out who's really close to them as they try and secure the reach here. Looking at No Pressure, same play. They're moving inside the vehicles, looking for people, for Titans as well. So right now, the last 4 teams, they are all looking for the perfect location. But honestly speaking, the only team with the best location is Fallen Ruthless. They have a nice reach that they can hold on to before anyone takes them out, because the excess power as well will be there. But the zone decides that Fallen Ruthless has to make their way towards excess power, which is unfortunate. Having to be the one that pushes a team can go either way, can be knocked along the way, or you can find them having nice pre-cooked nades for you, and it could be a very, very nasty fight to witness.
Yeah, it definitely could be. So let's see how this one is going to play out for them. For a moment there, I thought that Lilovka was all the way out in the water, and I was curious, how's Bro running around? If he's in the water, turns out that was just an optical illusion, right, to create a little bit more suspense here for us. But with the final 4 teams, it all comes down to this, down to what they can do here and who's going to be the one to survive. Excess power, though, still pretty commanding position that they have up in towards the centralized position. No pressure. Again, could look to provide a lot of that, as we do see Rookie getting taken on out. Ooh, wait, hang on. We're down to 3 teams now. As excess power look to lock in the southern possession, it is going to be up to the players coming through from Fallen Ruthless. Unfortunately for them, only a 2P, so if excess power can get this one squared off, they could be walking away with a potential opportunity at that winner chicken dinner.
Yes, they could. But let's see what their play will be. Excess power Arman does get knocked down. Grenades are still coming from No Pressure towards the Fallen Ruthless. That is Zabar, who's waiting by the vehicle. And the grenade goes in. Nicely cooked there from Swashi. Does get some damage on Zabar, but he's still standing. He can still get the healing happening here. But they need to be as aggressive as they can. Apply pressure, because right now, the team that is Fallen Ruthless, they are kind of pressured on 2 angles. Excess power and No Pressure. They are in the middle, basically in the sandwich here, and we have grenades again coming from Swash, looking for a nice one. It does go in, doesn't connect just yet. Zaber still standing. Excess power. Leo, on the other hand, he's not actually lucky this time around, because No Pressure is not focusing on Fallen Ruthless alone. They're looking at them as well, and Aura will be getting Topsy knocked with that grenade. Now that push will definitely happen. Fallen Ruthless still patient. No Pressure, fast knock. It is their chance to go in for that push. Aura cooks up a second grenade. He's trying to farm the points here, but as you can see, excess power. Leo is trying to focus on the revive. Backshots coming from the back, and I believe this will be a very hard fight for excess power, seeing the angles coming from No Pressure and Fallen Ruthless.
Yeah. Let's see who's going to be able to survive it, as we do see Zaber getting taken down as well. Things are looking pretty troubling now for Fallen Ruthless. Zedu is going to be the last one up, but we know Zedu is a GOAT. But is he GOAT enough to go into a 1v6? I don't know. We'll find out soon enough. But let's see. Things are looking pretty decent here for No Pressure. I mean, this is one of those teams that you never heard me mention their name, stepping up to the plate, looking to show off with a little bit of their abilities here. And I mean, especially for excess power, Lilovka, a very nice hidey hole, but unfortunately they are going to have to move, as the Zord is going to be pulling a little bit further up to the northern side. Lilovka tried to make a play, but Zedu just denied him access, and now it is a 1v4 play for the winner chicken dinner. Oh, Zedu almost gets run over, but down he goes.
DK, did my eyes play a game? Or did he almost get that knock? Or did he get that knock? I'm lost.
He did.
Oh, he
got
did?
the knock, but then got taken down himself.
Wow. Wow, that could have gone either way. That would have been a painful watch, having one player take down a team. But of course, he is unfortunate that he did not have the numbers, and we have no pressure, proving that there's zero pressure in this lobby. All we just need to do is survive and get ourselves a chicken dinner, and that is exactly what they did there. We have no pressure, coming in with amazing plays, getting themselves a chicken dinner, but not forgetting Fallen Ruthless as well, having a number of eliminations to their name, and they might be feeling confident with this game. Even though they did not get a chicken dinner, I think the elimination points are good enough.
Yeah, I mean, the elimination points are looking pretty decent. They've had 2 really strong matches. And so if we're looking at consistency, Fallen Ruthless, they've got it, right? They've got the consistency under check, under lock. They know exactly what to do. So I think for them, it's just going to be a matter of time until we see them unlock that winner chicken dinner, right? Just to add the cherry on top. But based on everything that we bring in, I think they are looking pretty strong when it comes to the overall points that they have.
Yes, that is actually true. FR, just from the elimination points without a chicken dinner, they're sitting pretty over around 25 plus points. If we can just say that, I don't want to say 30 and then it's 40, Let me just start low at 25. Yeah, let's give it low there. But of course, FR might be sitting pretty with good points just from the eliminations, and for no pressure.
Seems like Mish is pulling off a bit of a mind game here as she just went all disappeary, but a very strong showing coming in across the board. I mean, we did see the 4 Titans also looking to play quite a few upsets. We did see them come in with that takedown over onto the side of Relentless as well. So I think overall the team's doing a really good work here. I mean, a lot of pressure being applied, and we are seeing a little bit of consistency now starting to be formed here as the team's locking in, making sure they can get the job done, making sure that they can keep on carrying their team forward. Speaking about which, though, in carrying forward, here's Mitch right back at it again. A nice little bit of a cheeky surprise that you brought in there, right? You're full of surprises today.
I mean, they don't call me Mitch the Magician for no reason, So I have to pull some few tricks here and there. So I hope I surprised you guys well, I did good, right?
Yes.
Yes, lovely. Anyway, let's see how it goes here, DK. I'm done with the magic tricks. Now it's up to the teams to impress us as well. I've entertained the crowd enough,
Yeah, I'm just waiting for you to pass your hand around so we can see everything, coming into that. But yeah, it does seem like we are also pretty soon going to be heading ourselves into a break. We'll be getting into the points and all that stuff a little bit later on, right? Today, we're focusing on the gameplay, making sure the teams can bring everything to the battleground. And then later on, we'll take a look at those points. But speaking about which, though, we have round 4 coming in next. So be sure to stay tuned, and we are going to be going for a quick break.
dream of competing on the global stage never died. Now your chance to rise has returned. New beginning, new season. PMNC Qualifiers, Kenya. 4 paths, 1 road, 1 goal. This is 2026 PMGO Africa Season 2.
Showtime, showtime, showtime. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the party. It is Priest on the mic, and I'm here with Mitch, and it is the PUBG Mobile National Championship Kenya, the qualifiers. We are here, and we are ready to go to take you through the last 3 sets of matches, and an interesting turn of events we've seen so far, Mitch. It has been a ride. So many performances, so many amazing teams. They've stepped up to the plate, and we have been very impressed with what we've seen so far. But I think there's still more to come. Or what are you expecting? I mean, we still got a couple of games to go, right?
Yes, definitely. There is more to come. I'm expecting a couple of changes in that leaderboard. I believe we haven't seen where the teams are standing as of now, but with how they have been playing game 1 to 3, it has been a really interesting turn of events from the first third game. We haven't seen any repeat chicken dinners, so you can tell from that it's going to be a really interesting day here for us.
Absolutely interesting. And again, it has been very interesting, to understand the pressure that has followed all of these teams and all of these players. But, the pressure is on nonetheless. But champions nonetheless are born to win. And that is why the GT50 Pro is packed with ultra cooling and liquid cooling and all the types of cooling that you have ever seen. Gives you a 144 Hz ultra response refresh rate. It is so intense. Even when the battle gets hot, the phone stays cool, and that is what we love about the Infinix GT50. So it's built to play. We're going to love how to see that one. It is the best gaming phone in Kenya. It is a non-negotiable. The best gaming phone in Kenya, non-negotiable. And it is going to give you the opportunity to become the champion, to be the one. But who will be the one in this coming game? Well, we're going to see who that will be. The action does not stop. It is PUBG Mobile action at its finest. And I have seen a couple of teams do some unorthodox things, but they will still get their chicken dinner at the end of the day. And I'm looking forward to see if there's going to be more of that, or if the couple of teams that I'm expecting to turn up will finally turn up. Some usual suspects are there. We've seen Rusciano, the usuals, the likes. We've seen No Pressure. We've seen Falling Ruthless. We've seen F9. That's a new name, but they're up there. They're cooking something, But I'm still expecting more. I want to see more. And this is your hometown. These are your hometown players, your hometown team. So you understand what this means to them, right? To play, to get to the global stages. The road to PMGO, it starts now, and this is what I'm excited to see. Solid players and solid teams coming together to compete for that top level.
Yes, for sure. It is my hometown. It is my home ground. I know every single player. I can even tell you who's the tallest, He's called Taller. I don't know why he's not playing. He called himself Taller because he's tall. Literally in the crowd, you'll spot him when the time comes, But of course, I cannot wait to see how this turns out. I know these teams, and I know they have good potential. F9, though, they are new to the esports scene. They are really, really good here. We have seen them understanding the scene quite fast, which is quite rare, especially for new teams adapting to this scene. But for F9, it seems like just an easy day, an easy walk by the beach, and they're actually enjoying it.
Yes, sir. W production with that animation though, the cool GT50. Saw that one. I saw it the first time I really liked it. Also with the little animations that go on in the background. Some of you don't notice these things, but I notice these things.
We were waiting for the last game to say it. Relax.
Waiting for the last. Nah. You got to give the flowers while they're hot. And either way, we have a very dynamic playing path coming in from that western side. And it cuts right through across towards the northern side. So we've got Monte Nuevo in the conversations. We've got La Riera, we've got Chumacera, we've got Minas de Valle de Mar. I think we've got San Martin, we've got El Pozo, Pecado, and maybe a little bit of Hacienda del Patron, and even water treatment, and maybe Cruz de Valle in the conversations. I don't think anybody is going to want to play in the eastern side unless the zone wills it. But I would be, trying to understand the dynamic between some of those teams that do love to play a little bit closer to the edge of the circle. Ideas will flow through nonetheless, but I will stay on some of those teams to understand where it is that their mind is at, because you know what these teams need. You know exactly what they want to do. You know that the zone is going to be a very, very major definitive factor for those teams. As you can see, the zone is not in the eastern side, it's the northwest. So I think this could be an easy game for some of those teams that do love to play a little bit more closer to that central position of El Pozo, Craterfield, and maybe La Cabrera. But Mitch, if you were in this playing path, right, where exactly on this map would you be right now?
Probably in El Pozo, because of it's a very big space and it's not easy for teams to get to clash unless you're just walking around without thinking. But it is a good place, enough loot, you can move around, you can maneuver around it without getting spotted. But if you are, again, a restless player, you might just have a hard time in El Pozo. But for me, I definitely go for El Pozo. And if not El Pozo, I don't think there's anyone anywhere else I'd find comfortable, but El Pozo will do, or Hacienda del Patron for sure.
Okay, interesting. I have El Pozo, Hacienda. That's like a central thing. You've got a central thing going on, but it looks like Rescue Esports will be rescuing some points all the way through there. 5 and Rio have been knocked away. Way. It's about to weigh them back in gold and put them back into the lobby. Shotgun straight to the score. 1 for 2 species. And that'll be a back in and a back end of the road for them. Unfortunate scenes. This is not the start that they would have expected to have at this stage, and they are getting absolutely riddled with bullets left, right, and center. Knox and his teammate there, I'm not sure they can find their way around and escape this ambush coming through from the guys from Rescue Esports. I think Knox has a sideline into that corner. He's trying to pop one through to the right hand side. He does get the knock on Mike, and is about to polish him even onto the corner there. Tries to play over to the right hand side. M249 straight into the window. The pressure is on. The Red Wolves, will they howl into the night? Will they howl to the moon? And the grenade is going to be tossed over from Weiwei's position. He lands that one, but no dice for him, as the Red Wolves will have to try again. But fortunately for Rescue Esports, they have the numbers advantage. It doesn't look like Red Wolves can breach them on the sidelines. On the other side, Spray does get knocked away. And again, there's so much chaos, right, in this particular area of the map. Do you think that is because it's Miramar? Is that why this is happening at this stage of the game?
Of course, I believe most of the teams are quite comfortable in Miramar, and they tend to land anywhere they are familiar with, and it's usually the same places. They don't have new places where they want to go to. They always just stick to the usual. They stick to the basics. El Pozo, La Cabrera, they go all the way. Maybe Los Leones, if it was in the safe zone, they'd go there. Picado. I mean, that's why you see all these fights happening this early. Most of the teams are comfortable with one position, and I don't think these players even play Miramar after the games are done. Do you play Miramar, Chris?
I play all the maps. That's why I'm the best player. Of course, I play all the maps. Man. What kind of question is that? I play all the maps.
Don't say.
Yeah, I mean, I even land in a place in Miramar that you don't know yet. It's called Sambisa. Is the Sambisa area? You see, exactly. You don't know it because you're not locked in. You're only playing Livik. Leave Livik alone, Mitch. Stop. Relax. Leave that place.
I don't even
no one there.
I don't even know the places in Livik. You know, relax.
See, we're gonna start the night. Ooh, that's a nice shot though from Ice Baby. Ice, cool as ice with the shots flying through, and the rest of the team from. Wait a minute. What kind of name is? Okay, yeah. Okay, chat. What are we doing, chat? What are we doing? What is that name?
I told DK the same thing.
Mitch, is this what they're doing in Kenya?
I don't know what it means, but they are the Avengers, you know? They are the Avengers.
Yeah, sure. Is this what you're doing? Is this what they're doing in Kenya now? Chad, what are you guys doing, man? Chad, come on now. What we saying?
They're Nigerians. What do you mean they're Kenyans?
Yeah, right. They're Nigerians. Well, you know, the funny thing is we don't even spell it that way. But fairs, man. I mean, that's like the Kenyan spelling. So you have already lost. You've already lost. Chad, I
It's
see what you
fine.
guys are doing in Kenya. Fairs, man. I respect it. I respect you guys bringing it all the way to the global stages, man. Africa to the world. Africa to the world,
Well,
nonetheless.
well, at the end of the day, we have to leave a mark, right? And I think they're doing a good job leaving a mark.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, of course. Marks,
Yes.
stretch marks, big size, small size, you name it. They got it all in Kenya. Big congratulations to Kenya. Congratulations to Avenger. I mean, his name is literally Relaxation. And what other way to relax than that way? You gotta love it nonetheless. But on the flip side, we still got a couple of teams haven't made their way into the zone though from that northwestern position. Again, the idea is to make those early rotations so you don't get caught in the wind. And R7 are gonna have to try something for their own narrative. If they are trying to get into a better position, Cruz de Var is going to be home for 4PF, but they're outside the zone. Still a couple of meters for them to travel though. It's going to be a hard rotation to make around, but it's still very possible for them to keep it a buck. And we'll see how possible that will be for them in the final stages of the zone. But right now, after the zone closes out, I think we're still going to see a whole lot more eliminations, a whole lot more clashes, Mitch. I think that's going to be a very, very big thing to happen for some of these teams, especially those ones that are still outside of the circle.
Definitely, and I hope they're looking to make their rotation right now. Otherwise, we'll be having a 12K run again for the second time. I don't understand, but of course it is understandable for Miramar making that rotation, moving from one corner to the other. All those kilometers can be covered, so I hope that's not going to be happening this time round. But Rush Esports is back in the game. The first game of the day was not that good for them, and they're finally back in the race, and they might be looking to do a little bit more, seeing that they have a lot of fans in that comment section. They're looking for Rush Esports and waiting for them to do their usual. That is basically, give the best. They get good kills, they get good points, probably a chicken dinner, but let's see if that's going to be the case. But for Team Execute, we do have High on Shrooms, will not be surviving that longer than we had expected, but we have the players from Fuse Esports being able to get a revive happening. I'm not sure if it's Fuse or Fuse, but it is nice to see them back again. They might be looking to take on Team Execute.
Execute have them in the sidelines though, and Stress ADHD has been causing a little bit of chaos for them as well, but he hasn't been able to find that opening knock. We'll put them back into rotation, and they are playing it from the south side, trying to make a dash for the power grid area just north of Pecado. And Iron Shrooms will have to play a little bit closer inside of these positions. Again, they will provide themselves with a little bit of cover. They are a man short, so they can't necessarily take too many risks and can't give away too much space in behind. It's going to cost them a lot, and they will have to try to keep it very compact for the time being. They are deep in the south of the zone though, and it will give them some time to at least reflect on where they want to play out from. But it's still going to be a chance for them to reposition themselves. Again, a whole lot of teams converging from that western side. And we do see the guys from Rescue Esports taking it one step at a time. It's got F9 also rotating in from the north. And even the northern side still has a bunch of teams that haven't locked in horns just yet. But there's a big chance that is going to happen, especially before we clock into Zone 4, where things are going to get very, very nasty when the zone will start to hurt. PUBG Esports also with the same idea in the south side. Again, so many teams having similar ideas here, Mitch. And we're starting to see that the rotations, the clashes are potentially going to come through. Those teams that haven't decided on where they want to play inside of the next phase of the zone, it's going to cost them though. If they don't make those decisions early, it will hurt them in the process. And
Sure.
Utilities, you have to save as much utilities as you can for the end phases of the zone if you're not getting into any engagement at this stage. As you can see, R8 and the guys from Rush Esports, it's a big chance that Rush Esports will take this engagement to uplift and take the pressure off themselves.
For sure. I mean, this rotation is looking really good for a team like RC though. RC coming from the western side, they do not have anyone trying to block their rotation. But on that northern side seems a little bit crowded there. We do have a good number of teams. They have crowded on that northern side. 40F making their way into the zone. A team like R7 very safe. Rush Esports on the other hand securing the central part of the zone. How interesting is this? Because now they could be either lucky and no one will be taking them out, or they will be unlucky with people trying to crowd them as they try to secure that safe zone. But of course, it is looking really interesting so far. I've not seen a game here we've watched and no fight has started in the first few minutes. So this might be a little bit different because we have Group B and D, a matchup that has not really happened. So I guess that is why it's a little bit different compared to A, B with B and C. So let's see how this plays out. But of course, right now, Priest, we have seen all these teams making their rotations. We have seen them taking on 0 fights just yet. Only Team Executors taking a fight. But I think it's a good thing for them, if you ask me. I think this will be helpful for a team that is looking for placement points if they can survive longer than they did before.
That's going to be a very difficult one to navigate, but that is what the PUBG Mobile National Championships is all about: competing at the highest level, raising the standards, raising the bar. And now the play zone is going to raise the bar even further because the action has started to kick off. Fuse and Execute, that engagement that I saw happening in the south, it has started to kick off. Both teams have locked in into themselves. They have crashed into each building. Show Me is about to show them something. First drop over to the top side. Grenade is good. And now the angles there for Hadaba. Trying to get the angles there to pop the grenade into the corner. He does have the idea, tries to pop it through. Ooh, that could have been something nasty. If that grenade bounced just a couple of inches wider, it would have hurt and changed everything in the entirety of this push. But PMNC Sports are also moving as a unit. They're swatting through. You would think they were a SWAT unit, the way they were moving in sequence and in tandem. They're just breaching the doors, and they Team Execute, put them back into the lobby. And that is exactly how you clear a room, Mitch. That is exactly how you flank. You look like all of these SEAL Team 6 types of execution. You just sweep and flank the rooms, and it just took them out of the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, they did everything you're saying there. They even smoked their way. Like, they were ready to take on Team Execute, which is unfortunate for Team Execute here. They did have potential, but for some reason, they have been going out of the game early all the time. Or if they survive till the end, they probably don't have eliminations to back that up. But right now, we do have the Furious 9. They do have a team where we can see Sharni getting damaged there already. And that means Dynamo is very much aware of Sharni's location. And right now, everyone is somehow playing with interesting combinations. I'm not sure why, but I think they have a plan to, farm some aura here, maybe for their clips happening here and there. But it is good to see that teams are finally getting confident and taking weapons that we did not expect them to use during tournaments. I mean, I just saw in the first game, Priest, there someone was using a crossbow. They were trying to do some souk play here, but it didn't work out. But of course, with enough practice, I think he can do something there with that crossbow.
Yeah, I mean, I've used the crossbow to wipe 3 squads, so it's not really that difficult. It's super easy for me. It's something I do every other day. But the Avengers do have one of their players. He's been knocked away. They're bouncing all over the place. He's showing us exactly what he's got back there. And he has been sent back into the lobby by Weiwei. Rescue Esports, I believe, are the ones that are going to be pulling up, or rather, is it Rush Esports that's pulling up into this mix? I think Rescue Esports and Rush Esports are both here, trying to create a little bit of a Yash sandwich onto the guys from Yash Avengers, and they're trying to force them into a very, very worse position as Weiwei continues to pack it in. Their angles are too tight, but they can't seem to find a way around it, though. The angles are just not working for them. They do have a high ground position, but they're too close to the edge of the circle, so there's really limited plays for them to make. Rush Esports have a better angle to escape this chaos, and they are going to make them feel it one after the other. Grenades probably going to be the better option to make here. Can't seem for them to commit all of their bodies forward. And I can understand that because the angles from this high ground position do not allow Rush to advance even higher. They will take the risk of getting crushed out even by Rescue Esports. On the other side, Sato will be sent back into the lobby by Hank there. R7 enjoying that position that they've got so far, not having to worry about any oppositions for the time being, but they do have to worry about the play zone. Rush Esports as well also worry about the play zone. Good grenade, just bounced off a little bit too early. But if you're Rush Esports right now, Mitch, do you want to commit to this? Do you want to take a 2-on-3, or will you allow Rescue Esports to do the job for you? Because it looks like they want to do it. Weiwei's already pressing forward now. Number 11 tries to pop through, immediately pops through with the S12K, and he does get the first shot immediately. But that will hurt the process. Mike immediately pulls up to the scene, gets him dropped away. DB in full effect. Ice Baby trying to keep it cool. He's swaying from left to right, tries to get Rusciano, but no dice. Rusciano has that P90 to shut things down, and Rush Esports will utilize the opportunity now to third party, but again, Rescue Esports will make that difficult. Shakib's already making a dash for it, plays off to the right hand side to force Ethox, can't allow him to make any moves. He's squeezed out right more centrally, exposed the back end and exposed the back line, and he will be dropped straight with a DBS. He's cracked him, and that will be another opportunity for Viper to park through, but again he's spotted. Mike drops him as well. Major play for Rescue Esports. You're taking the guys from Rush one after the other. Noi has to move and get himself into a better position and get his teammate picked up, but you can see how Rescue Esports are dangerous, and you can see them pressing forward. They capitalize. If they smell blood, they will take it, and you love to see a team that knows exactly what they have to do. And unfortunately, Nerdy has to get out of dodge and escape the danger and live to see his team fight another day, Mitch.
Yes, for sure. He will have to wait for another opportunity here. I mean, Rush nowadays there is not ready to take on a fight just yet, but we do have PMNC Esports. They have been able to support him, trying to get some sprays towards him. They're not really connecting, but they know that there's someone who's made his rotation right in front of them. Unfortunately for Furious 9, they will be going back to lobby, which is not a good start for them. We know them for trying to get their way into the last zone fight, but right now that is not the case. Seems like R7, they are taking on Riven. I believe that I can now see the players that are here. We have Mahiri, a very good player. We have him playing in that team. That means that it's a good team, only that they have decided to rename, and I cannot wait to see what their play is going to be like. But looking at a player like Howie from 4PF, I mean, I like his play, Priest. He's patient. He's strategically holding that corner, and I feel like that is going to work out. We'll see if that's going to be the case or not, but so far so good. Like I said, Rivan, everyone knows Mahiri, who's also playing with Vaughn, and we have Windy, fast player down there on R7. That will be their chance going for that push, but for Habibi, he will have to go find his Habibti in lobby. This will be the end of the road for Habibi in this basically fourth game of the night.
Another win for the strategic waiters. We'll put that one back into the lobby there, and that's another drop again. R7 getting absolutely bamboozled there. They had no idea that they had like two strategic waiters in the corner there to lobby them one after the other. Lambo goes down immediately as well. And RB, they are trying to hold on to R7. Hank charges a grenade down to bounce it over the wall. They get the angle right. And that's a beautiful grenade there from Windy. And he changes the weather immediately as well. Tries to pack the right one. And Hank could be exposed there. He's spotted. Tries to play over the right hand side, but can't seem to find a space inside again. Swaps through to the S12K. So 2v1 now. If he can hold the angles right, he might make something happen. He does. Windy for the double. And that's going to be another drop. RB come out on top there. Windy with a chance of grenades and shotguns comes in clutch for them and stays very, very solid for them. I believe they've got a very good start. But the Trailblazers here, I mean, a bunch of teams in the eastern side, and we've got Trailblazers with no eliminations just yet. These are one of those teams that I do enjoy watching, right? The teams that want to rotate their way into the chicken dinner. They just want to rotate into the chicken dinner. The chicken dinner just going to fall from the sky and just land in your hands. I love teams like that, man.
No, maybe, the strategy is let them eliminate each other, then we'll come later. If you ask me, that's an easy 10 points. But of course, it's not going to be easy. I mean, your fingers are not really that warmed up because you're not engaged in any fight, so you might be a little bit frozen during the fight. But honestly, the guys are shining with that play. If they want to play it slow, I think they'll do great if they get the chicken in. If not, it might be a waste of their strategy from the beginning till the end of the game, which can be a little bit costly, especially if we get no points from being that patient.
Exactly. I think this is the game that this is the type of game where patience might not necessarily always be a virtue. You might have a different idea there, but this is a nasty position right now from DNG again. But they are trying to hold their own, and they're holding your own roughly against one of the strongest teams in the lobby right now. We Rescue Esports trying to breathe down their necks. Value Esports also trying to hold it in here. Grenades getting traded off. If they can get one perfectly, might be able to change something. Riciano is getting caught time and time again, and the smokes do come out in quick succession, trying to hold it in. Molotov also perfectly launched 2 minis in quick succession. Bolingo continues to apply the pressure. Now, for a team that has only 2 players, they're not backing down. They're not giving it up, not even in the slightest. But fortunately, unfortunately for them, they are going to get surrounded. Rescue Esports do have them in sequence, playing off the high ground position. You can see Shaki just has them covered up, so he's not going to allow them to apply any more pressure. Sherney's also trying to make a dash for it there. Bolingo also trying to hold it in, but there's no space for them to advance forward. Bolingo now has to pop through. P90 has come out immediately now from Rusciano, and he knows exactly the positions that they have taken. The teammates have given them the intel, but the grenades are not landing the way they would want them to land. They're missing their grenades with just a couple of inches. If they can time this rightly, it might work something happen. Rusciano finally gets the idea. He gets the right angle, tries to pop it through over to the right hand side. And unfortunately, third party central teammate gets brushed aside. Rusciano goes down as well. Sherney has been waiting for that opening, finds him. Mike pulls up into the back end. AUG straight to the back of the head there. And Bolingo is all left to him now. Bavu Esports, can they hold it through? Mike tries to press forward again, tries to get an angle, but the car provides at just enough cover to allow Bolingo to reset and reposition. But the left hand side is exposed. If they pull up, they will be in a world of trouble. Mike is trying to get an angle here on Bolingo's position and also try to get his teammates picked up. There is still a huge risk here because the guys from R8 are still around. They're still in the vicinity. They could still be a problem to deal with at this stage of the game. Remember, Mitch, play zone is already on their back.
Exactly, and you do not want to lose numbers to that blue zone. It is not a good look and a good feel for your team. But Rescue Esports, we still have Mbavu Esports in the game. Bolingo holding the same position. Mike trying to see if he can pick enough to see where Bolingo is, but he has a good shot to his name, and he has to make his rotation. And surprisingly, it seems like Mike was able to get one of his teammates up, and they're running. That is Rusciano. Well played there. I think Bolingo wasted a good number of minutes, and unfortunately for him, those minutes did not count because he'll be going back to lobby with that last fight there. We have grenades there coming from PMNC Esports looking for something to connect. Dybala's grenade did connect, and one of the players was already taken down, and Fallen Ruthless will be following suit as well. Unfortunate for them, but if you ask me, Zero Esports here is having a good time trying to get on RC. Mike, good sprays happening. You gave the enemy your back. He's getting some damage. Those back shots will be hurting you guys later, because if you get eliminated with those sprays, that is not a good look for your team. But as they do that, we do have Zero getting closer as well. That is gonna be Bisho. Knocked and busted. Rusciano, Mike, they're also in the fight here. They are getting sandwiched basically by PMNC Esports, and Zero Dice getting knocked as well. This is unfortunate for most of the teams here. They had the upper hand. They were taking on RC, but if you look at what is happening right now, it seems like the numbers are dwindling for most of the teams, because the third parties are actually working, and some of them are falling prey to this praise.
A whole lot of praise in the area as the Rescue Esports are still alive. Rusciano has been the bane of the existence of majority of these teams, especially with that P90 that he's had. For the most part, he has caused a lot of commotion and a lot of chaos going forward into the game. But SVG have something here. They have the numbers. That is the only thing they have. The numbers and a little bit more position that they would have liked there. And Mike has been looking for that opening. Takes a couple of shots through and across. Does connect. Deals just enough damage to Dybala, and he's popped through. And I talk about that P90. Rusciano lets it loose. He lets it fly, but he's going to take damage as well. Show me will show him the bullets, and he goes down as well. PMNC Esports are not giving this one up, not even in the slightest. Dybala still knocked away. Rusciano plays in the back end, can't seem to find a way around. Dybala still knocked away, and he can't seem to find his teammates. Are they going to press forward? Leo's already making a dash forward. Is this going to be the smarter choice? The grenade is getting charged up here, but once again, Rusciano will be getting picked up, and the grenade will be sent to follow through, but Leo can't seem to find a way around it, though. Shaki continues to hold the pressure off for Rescue Esports. Remember, it is 3 teams here. 3 teams all looking for a way through. Rusciano's still trying to hold it in. He swapped again to the P90 to cause some more chaos. And he has Mike over to the right-hand side, allows him to play off the flanks, cover all of the bases. They do have a little bit of the zone just a couple meters ahead, and that will allow them to play even from a higher ground, even from a better position. If Rescue Esports can get this angle right, they might be able to turn this game around. But I spoke too soon, because Dybala has been picked up, and everybody is going to prioritize the eliminations and the pickups in the same sequence. Good grenades following through the offensive on Rescue Esports. The pressure is mounting on them right now, and they are trying to hold it in. And Pius Leo again tosses another grenade. You would think the grenades will not run out, but they continue on, and they're not aware of Mike's position. Mike gets the off angle, and Leo's going to be the first one to feel the bullet straight to the head. And now Dybala has to go through. The left-hand side exposed, and now Rescue Esports, they know the opening. They found it. Rusciano's exposed, though. He goes duck down over to the right side. Another spray following suit. Shaki's trying to play off the left-hand side as well. He's exposed, but the P90 from Rusciano immediately goes for the clutch, and he's trying to probably through over to the right-hand side, and Mike also takes a hit. Dybala's exposed, tries to take a over one over to the top-hand side, but again, he's exposed. Headshots only, and Shaki's aware. He's trying to press him forward, but he has to go for the pickup, and there comes the guys from RB. That is the moment they've been waiting for. The third party of the century. Exposed positions, dropping them one after the other, but Rusciano will not back down. The P90 is still his. He is still going to cause problems. Mahir and his teammates are just in the mix. They are looking for a chance, looking for an opportunity to snatch this chicken dinner away, but it is looking less likely to snatch it away from Rescue Esports, Mitch, because look at these positions they are holding.
I mean, the synergy coming right now from Rescue Esports is undebatable right now. Looking at Rusciano's position, they have been able to eliminate, I believe, the team that was trying to take them on here. That is Riven Blood is still standing. Mahiri is still in the game. Same to Windy. And we have seen they have good synergy together. 13 eliminations to their name is not that easy. And Rescue Esports might be looking for chicken dinner while at it. Now, Mahiri, I keep on mentioning this thing, but because Mahiri is good, but they also leveled to Rusciano. They have the same skill set, and they have been in the same team as well before. So this is going to be a very interesting fight to witness, seeing Mike, Mahiri, and Rusciano take on each other. This is going to be a fight of the century. Sharky is trying to make the rotations, looking for the perfect position, trying to see where are the players are from Riven, where can we get at least one knock to finish this off. Basically, quick math, they know it's only 2 players still standing, and Sharky will be getting the first player down. That is Mahiri. A grenade is in his teammate's hand, trying to get something happening here, trying to get Sharky knocked, but that will not be the case this time around. They're going in for they're not taking it easy, and just like that, with a 6 switch, we'll be seeing a Rescue Esports getting their share of the chicken dinner.
Chicken dinner. It is that chicken dinner. Also, I love this chicken dinner animation. It's so cool. Again, chicken dinner, undeniable. Rescue Esports. If there's one thing about Rescue Esports, they will rescue each other. If there is one thing about Rescue Esports, they will rescue each other. They will keep rescuing. If you knock one, they will rescue him. If you knock the next one, they will rescue him. They will just keep on rescuing.
Correct.
As long as you don't flush, they will continue to rescue. And the more they rescue, the more you are exposed, because they will still keep getting the numbers over you, and that's just what makes it even much more difficult to deal with a team like that. And I gotta respect it. It has been one for the books. What a performance from them as well. But I gotta respect the guys from RB though. Oh yeah, gotta respect them. I gotta respect them, because you know, I think they were a little bit overwhelmed, because at some point they did have the game in their hand though, but they got a little bit overwhelmed because they just, that P90, man, it puts the fear of God. That P90, man, it puts the fear of God. You just can't be taking no risk, especially when you have that in the hand. If you notice, right, they made sure that Rusciano did not die. He is the rescue. He is the rescue. They will keep. You see, everybody else is getting knocked, but you see Rusciano, he's not.
Wait, so you're saying Rusciano is basically the backbone of the team?
Yeah, he is. He is.
So if I want
can't
to
even lie.
elevate Rescue Esports, I have to take out Rusciano?
Yeah, but before you do that, you have to ask yourself, will I be rescued? Will my teammates rescue me? Because once you get him, they're gonna get you. And what happens next? You know, what happens after that?
Yeah,
what happens after
that's
that?
actually true. I agree with you on that. Of course, that is Rescue Esports for you guys. They have been able to secure a winner chicken dinner after trying a couple of times. So congratulations to you guys. But of course, we'll be taking a very, very short break, and then we'll be right back to enjoy at least 2 more games before we can tell you guys good night and get to close in on the first day for the group stages. We'll be right back after the break.
The dream of competing on the global stage never died. Now your chance to rise has returned. New beginning, new season. PMNC Qualifiers, Kenya. 4 paths, 1 road, 1 goal. This is 2026 PMGO Africa Season 2.
All right, showtime. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is the PUBG Mobile National Championship Kenya. It is the qualifiers, and we are one step closer to PMGO, and the ride has been quite enjoyable. It is Priest on the microphone, and I am still here with the amazing Mitch. Mitch, we saw Rescue Esports do their thing in the last game. We saw how strong of a team they are. We saw how consistent they get. Now, can they repeat this? Can they keep the energy up? Because you know, it is all about who makes it on to the next stage. That is what is important. Who makes it to the next stage? When the group stages, who's going to make it to that next stage? Do you have any thoughts so far on the teams that you expected a little bit more from, but you still haven't seen anything from them?
Yes, I actually have Rush Esports and Team Execute in mind, Access Power as well. Those are teams I am expecting to see more from them, but I'm yet to see them do much. It seems like the games are not really getting into the system right just yet. They're kind of, no, I would say lagging behind, but the performance that they're giving is not what I'd expect them to give. So I really hope that when you go into the 5th game, basically 2 games to go and we call it a night, I hope they can change their strategy. Let's hope that it's going to be a little bit different for these teams. Yeah.
Okay. Well, expectations are high, but so far I have not been disappointed. You know, I have seen solid performances so far. It has been a little bit shaky, I won't lie, but I have still been impressed, especially from Mashano in the previous game. He did show his level. He showed how he is one of the best players in the Kenyan ecosystem, and you know, we're gonna keep our eyes on him, especially when we get to the, you know, the later stages of the finals, and then we can now put some more pressure on those teams, because remember, it is only the best teams that will qualify to PMGO that will play in that global stage. So the party is on, ladies and gentlemen. It is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. All roads lead to the PUBG Mobile Global Open, and this is where the journey begins. But Mitch, any expectations from, you know, those teams that have been inconsistent, right? Because some teams have had good games, they've had not so good games so far. Now, those teams that are still yet to find their footing just yet, not the teams that have, you know, not the ones that haven't been able to adapt, right? I would say the ones that have had some decent games, maybe shy of a chicken dinner, but they've had decent games. What do you think they should do differently, you know, going into these last 2 games?
That it's one team, Fallen Ruthless. Come on guys, Fallen Ruthless. Every time they get to 2nd place, they don't get the chicken dinner, and every time they're less in numbers, so every time they get to 2nd place, it changes. It's like they lost some 2 players along the way, and then they come and try and get the chicken dinner. I think right now they should maybe change their strategy. They seem to be playing on the aggressive side. They are pushing a lot, getting up to 15 plus kills. We haven't seen a team do that, but for FR they have, but they're not getting that chicken dinner. So I think it's time they change that strategy. Maybe, yes, get your kills, but as the game progresses, slow down. Let's see if you can get that chicken dinner if you slow down, if you change your strategy.
Okay, slow down, get a little bit of a breather, and then win the game at the end. Because again, it's also very important, because these chicken dinners, they play a vital role towards the final count, right? Sometimes things get tied up, and the chicken dinner is the icebreaker, it is the deal breaker, it is the tiebreaker. So getting 1 or 2 chicken dinners along the line is also always going to be very ideal, as no matter how you perform, right? The chicken dinner is always going to come out in full swing. It's always going to show why it is important that you get that done. But you know, eyes will still remain on the prize, ladies and gentlemen. As we've seen so far, so many of these teams, they've understood the assignment, but now all they have to do is write the answers and fill in that paperwork. Right now, it has been a very interesting couple of games that we've seen. We've had our first Miramar, I believe, right? We had our first Miramar just now. We're going to have another Miramar, to get the engines revved up. And then, the teams are going to have to lock in to get a little bit more closer to that dream of playing in the final stages. Or was I tweaking? I think we're going to Erangel instead, actually. I think we're going to Erangel, not Miramar, if I'm not mistaken. I think we are going to Erangel, not Miramar. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I was right. We're going to Erangel. anyways, because that's my favorite map, Interesting enough, though, at some point of this game, my favorite map was Vikendi. Real ones know Vikendi.
Yeah.
Real ones.
Course,
The real PUBG mobile players loved Vikendi. If you didn't love Vikendi, you are not a real player.
Wait, is it
It's
still
as
in the
simple as
game?
that. Yes, of course. Wait, I think so. I think it is because I know 2 updates ago it was there, but you know how these things go now. Every time PUBG will come out with a new update, they give us the Naruto thing right now, and that's what's hot right now. And then there's the Spider-Man thing as well.
That's what's hot.
Yeah, but wait, the Naruto thing is still there now. It didn't just go away.
Yeah, it's still there, of course.
Yeah, it's still
But
there.
I feel like they should bring back Vikendi in esports,
I wish
it's so
I
white
hope
and
so.
nice.
I miss Sandhawk, I miss Vikendi, I can't lie. Rondo is cool,
Sandhawk?
but I miss Sandhawk, I can't lie to you. I miss Sandhawk, I miss Sandhawk, I can't lie. Sandhawk would give a different vibe, like it was pure action. It's the smallest map, all the maps
is
are
the
big
land
now.
of pure snakes. There's no way, man.
Every map is big now. All the maps are big now. You get
Vikendi
me?
is still
Every
there.
single map is big. Yeah, Vikendi is still there. Yeah, still there. I miss Vikendi, the snow map. It was chill, different guns. The G36C, that was my favorite gun. Little to no recoil. My sprays were so good. I could spray like 300 meters, no recoil, 4x, 6x, full spray, the whole thing. Man, I was cooking, man. Bring back Vikendi, hashtag bring back Vikendi, chat. I want to see you guys in the chat. Tell them, bring back Vikendi.
Yes,
Tell them to bring back
they
Vikendi.
should. It's a good map, It should replace
But I don't even know what Karakin is doing on Nusa. I don't know what those maps are doing in this game. If I'm being real, like I gotta be real. Like what's Karakin doing in this game? What's Nusa
you do
doing
know
in
people
this game?
play it, right? You've not seen people playing it. People actually play
What?
it for the
You've seen people
intense
playing Karakin?
red zones. Yes, now I also
You see
play
people playing
Karakin
Karakin.
once every year.
That's why you're no good at the game. Because why are you playing Karakin? What's going on there? Literally nothing is happening there.
It's good. It's
Imagine
good for
that.
reflexes and running away from bombs and the grenades and everything.
It's not like we get red. I don't even know why we don't get red zones in PUBG Mobile esports though. Like, why don't we get red zones? That would be dope. That would be really dope. Getting red zones.
It will ruin the game for everyone. Same way we don't
running
get
from the
sandstorms these
elements.
days.
Running
Does
from
the
the running
sandstorm
from the
happen?
elements.
No.
Okay, hold on. Am I tweaking right now? Okay, what? Let's see what the map is, because I'm looking at the map feed right now, and I'm seeing because this says Miramar, but I think we're going to Erangel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the plane is in the air, and yes, I was right. We are going to Erangel, not Miramar. I was right about that. I know how to predict, chat. So Mitch doesn't know anything. Either way.
Yeah, right.
Party's on, party non-stop. We keep it going, we keep it rocking. And now that is where the action stops in the game. Playing path from north to south. Savani all the way down to Sosnovka military base. Rozok school, Pochinki farm, all within touching distance. Shooting range as well. Funny enough, shooting range is a one-person looting spot. It's not for a team. You know that, right?
No, it's for a team. It has the most ammo. What do you mean? The only issue is that you'll get one gun per player. That's the only bad part. but the ammo in shooting range is a lot to fit the whole team. But of course, you don't play these things, so you don't even know. I understand, it's okay. Don't worry. But of course, how we are going to be seeing the game progressing. It is game 5. We are in Erangel, and that playing path is quite fair if you ask me, coming from Severny all the way to military base, and the safe zone choosing to be on the southwestern side of Erangel. What an interesting turn of events. But we'll wait and see how this is going to be affecting the teams here. So far we do have no pressure has never changed their position. It's either George Pool on the northern side, or they will go all the way to Kameshki and come back later, covering 12 kilometers just from one game. Of course, every team with their own plan, and we are not here to judge them. If it works, it actually
Yes, we
works. Are you judging? Why?
Chad, don't worry. I'll tell you guys what Mitch said about you guys before the break, or rather during the break. I'll tell you guys what she said. I'll tell a lot of you what she said. Don't worry about it. We'll stay locked in. But even at that, nonetheless, in Hill Tempo, again, this is a team that's been playing relatively very slow. I'm not really seeing them pop up the way I would have expected, and they get into really good positions. Very interesting dynamic that I've seen from them. But right now, MP 36 points to the good. It's a good start, right? Rescue Esports with 33, 25 for F9, 24 for RB, Ivy with 21. If you're not in the 20s right now, what are you doing, right? Well, Aura Esports are also trying to keep it a buck there. Currently sitting in 6th with, I believe that is 18 points to the good. Not too far away from that first place position. If they can find something around those areas, they might be able to turn the game around. But R7 are going to be in Severny, and they are going to be enjoying that Severny position for their lonesome. If they can keep it together, they might be able to turn the game around towards the final phase of the zone. But right now, RW. Again, very peer. I'm not sure how I feel about teams that play out from the south side, but they do have the zone, so I think they can take as much time as possible. Aura Esports, is this guy trying to aura farm a weapon out of thin air because he doesn't have any weapon? Are you trying to aura farm a weapon out of nothing? Is he gonna just like lay there and the weapon will just come out just based off of his aura? And it's so interesting because Cario doesn't even know that he doesn't have a weapon. It's just based off of his aura, and he's just you can just feel it. And his name literally Omega too. Yeah, he's cooked. He's not making it past this guy, man. Real, yeah, GG's, man. He is
Omega.
cooked. That is the
Okay.
yeah, that's the end of the road for him. Cario with the first blood, and he has been getting the job done for the Red Wolves. Howling through, they get the job done. Either way, they are looking very confident, and they manage to keep the game afoot. R7 inside of Severny, though, I'm not sure if they want to hang around here because they are very far from that play zone, Mitch. I mean, the play zone is moving all the way towards the south and the western side, and they are very deep in the north. This is going to be a very tough rotation for those teams in the northern side to make,
For sure. But sometimes I feel like they just choose to suffer, because the safe zone clearly was picked out immediately. They were not even, they hadn't even landed. They were just still flying around, floating in the air, looking for where to land, and they still chose to stay where they are. So I think we can try and judge them and say, oh, the rotation will take a while and they up. But at the end of the day, they chose to suffer. So I think maybe from the IGLs, they can always try and find an alternative instead of going this far away from the safe zone. Sometimes it's not even important because you might end up clashing with the team. This example is what's happening in Yasnaya. They might clash, but if it works for the IGL, then why not? Rescue Esports, I think they're looking for another chicken dinner here, Priest. I don't know if they'll be able to do it though. We've not seen a back-to-back chicken dinner because of how the whole setup is, where you mix in groups from time to time, so they're not really comfortable and familiar with any group. So I think that's what is affecting these teams and how they're not getting, their repeat chicken dinners. But of course, you can tell me, expert priest, do you think we're going to be having a repeat chicken dinner from RC?
Hmm. Well, the first thing is you have to understand how they want to play this particular game. It's a different map. The chances for them to do that are significantly slimmer because they are playing from a much more central position this time around. But they're much more central in the zone, and they are by the edge of the circle, trying to play off the edge of the zone. That it works. They are one of those teams that don't necessarily like to transition. They just play off of trying to keep the angles tight. Their Lambo did get knocked away here though from inside of Saverni. Again, this is not an area you want to get knocked away in. I wouldn't necessarily say there's areas you want to get knocked away in, but you just don't want to get knocked away in a shed with your teammates getting exposed and not getting flushed immediately because the risks are very high. Two players now potentially getting swept away from Relentless Esports, and it doesn't look like a good look for them. Hand goes down as well. That's 3 bodies caught. And again, in Hill Tempo will utilize that extra man advantage and stretch their arms even further. But Feek, if you can get the angles there, he's actually using my favorite weapon in the game, the VSS, the only weapon that doesn't show up on the map when you shoot. Why are you laughing? You see why you're not good at this game.
This is how we can see how your skills are. What do you mean VSS? I understand VSS has good damage, but for how long?
But
Come
what?
on.
That's like the only
For
gun
how
that doesn't
long?
show up. It is the only gun that doesn't like make a sound, right? It doesn't make a sound
It does.
when you
It
shoot.
does.
It doesn't. It actually doesn't make
Oh
a sound.
my
When he
days.
hits the opponent, it actually doesn't make a sound. Chad, tell Mitch that she doesn't know anything. She doesn't know that the VSS doesn't make a sound. Oh, that's a beautiful spray. Goes for the second title. Immediately gets a drop on him, and he has the DP28 grenades getting charged up there. And he launches another one onto the corner, and he does take some more damage. But will they press forward? Again, this is a bad idea from Hill Tempo. Are they going to be able to head it through? He tries to hold it on. But funny enough, that could have gone very, very differently if he didn't decide to get his HP up there. I think the idea would have been to pop a smoke or use one utility to make something happen. But either way, Hill Tempo will come out on top. 4 eliminations to the good. Yeah, that's a good start. That's a very good start for them. And they do have the line to keep it together. Play zone has shifted though towards our southwestern side. Quarry, Primorsk, and a little bit of Ferry Pier action in there as well. There's a lot of teams that have already circumvented those areas. As you can see, W Production giving us that little bit of map ideas as we can see them. The guys from IV are in a very good spot though, Mitch. You can see that position they're in. 4PF as well from that northern side. I don't know why they aren't on the move just yet, but I guess they're just trying to wait out the problems. But even the guys from Rescue Esports, you can see them rotating around that northern side, trying to play in from Gatka. They're trying to make sure that they don't have opposition behind them. This is one of those things that I talk about teams that don't like to play in transition. They want to keep teams outside of the zone as much as possible, get as many eliminations as much as possible. That is the strategy. That is the plan. But there's so many bodies inside of that circle. It is going to cost a lot to fend those teams off. And if you look at the zone, right, if you're going to make a rotation, you want to make a rotation from the south where you know that there's going to be less bodies inside. But most of these teams are coming in from the northern side, so it's going to be very, very difficult for them to make even that first rotation that'll put them into a southern position, then the next one that's going to put them into the zone. Because, some teams do like to make a little bit of a wider split, put themselves into positions that will allow them to get into those weaker areas of the zone where they know they will not necessarily have to come up against so many different teams. The idea is the same, but the execution is always what varies. So we'll see though, but the action is going to brew and it's going to kick off any moment from now. But these guys from Red Wolves, they're sitting pretty in Ferry Pier. They're going to enjoy this area for at least the next 2 zones. And I think that is going to be a very, very key position for them, seeing as they have already secured at least like 1 elimination earlier on.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's everything to do with your location. If you're in a very safe place, you'll be lucky enough to stay there for a while before any trouble finds you. So let's see which team is going to be enjoying that the most. Seeing that the first game in Erangel, we had a very interesting turn of events where we had not even a single team taking on a compound that was very safe, which made it so easy for our esports to secure the compound and get a chicken dinner to back that up. So far, we do have the Furious 9. They are taking on One Take Esports. One grenade there has been launched, confirming a Kobe, and he seems to be looking to confirm the elimination. But Dynamo cooking up a grenade as well. Jamal goes into the push there. He's not even scared about anything happening because he's ready to take on the players from One Take Esports shotguns. They are being used here quite well. Beautifully done. Dynamo does get the second knock. Third player goes down. That leaves only one man standing from One Take Esports. That is Murife. I believe he's not ready to run just yet. Actually, he was. But Borny from the Furious 9 will not let that happen this time round. I mean, Furious 9 right now, they are very, very lucky to get the first good number of elimination points at the first phase of the game. I think that's a good start for them, honestly. It's a good start.
Very good start. You know, Furious 9 on the front foot again. They have put things into perspective. Mike again, Rescue Esports getting caught in transition. Not surprised. Like I said earlier on, the position that they put themselves in the zone, a little bit too close to the center there. And it was going to cost them a lot. Trying to put all of those teams, from the northern side off to the back end. It was always going to be very, very tough to manage those expectations. But nonetheless, RB have been on a little bit of a nasty hit. Windy goes down. He was the MVP for them in the previous game, but he's not going to be the MVP this time around as he has been swashbuckled back into the zone for Titans. Like I said, this position they have had in the zone has been very, very ideal. The only problem is they can't get offensive from these areas. That's why it's going to be very difficult for them to transition into the next phase of the zone, unless the zone blesses them again in phase 4, possibly in phase 5. But if it doesn't, they're going to have to make a very, very, very strong rotation, a very definitive one, and they are a man short. So it's going to be very difficult for them going forward. But we will see how they will manage. Ooh, no pressure is also here. Interesting. Did not see them in the last game. I'm guessing that was not their group. So, so now we get to see the likes of Glixie, 1,000 Aura. The one of the tougher teams to keep out for. Swash, you can see them just popping through 2 eliminations they have secured so far. 1,000 Aura spotted though. He's taking hit and he's going to be dropped away. Well, I spoke too soon. And they will be pulling up into the mix as well. They will not be giving away anything. They will take some more hits. But now that is the danger. Swash will trade one for the other. Glixie's on the other side. Grenade launched over the top there from Glixie. Launches yet another one. 2 bodies. 3 bodies potentially as he babs one. Another grenade. And you gotta love the guys from No Pressure. They will make you feel that pressure. They will make your GT50 feel a little bit harder than it should be. And he drops another one onto that right hand side. He's been exposed though. He's taking way too much damage. Fortunately for him, he has a vehicle, a getaway car in sequence. Probably gonna have to use that one to get out of dodge. The guys from 4 Titans also in the vicinity causing problems. That play zone has shifted away though towards the southern side, and everybody that's not moving right now will have something to deal with at the later stages of the zone, Mitch.
Yep, which will be a very sad situation. I mean, losing your numbers to the blue zone again. We'll keep on saying it. It is not ideal. So if you're a player and you're watching right now, please avoid staying in that blue zone for too long will definitely hurt your team and you will not be enjoying what comes after that. But right now with that zone shifting, and we do have at least 2 teams that are securing very nice compounds. We have our esports might be surprised. It might be seen that is Riven getting in for that push where they are. They're making their rotations around them. 4 Titans as well, making their rotations just around them. So we have a couple of teams that are going to be clashing there. 4PF is also about to join the party. Every single team right now is looking for that safe compound to occupy. So we'll see which compound works out for them, which compound is the best for these teams. But so far, so good. Most of them are playing safe. For the Apex Predators, I have not really felt their presence just yet. This is a team that I know has good potential, but for some reason they are not really showing their potential to the masses. They have shown it to the Kenya scene, but Africa needs to see it as well. But honestly, it must take time to get this going. But we have a team here that is passing by, that is in hill tempo, and Fike, of course, will be making a run for it. Choosing the right fights to take on is very important in every tournament. And for in hill tempo, that was wise. But guess what? They're about to clash on a very furious team here. Priest.
There's a big chance that Furious team is going to change things up, and he did. A couple shots there from Cairo, tries to worse for wear to get the angles tighter and force them into a very uncomfortable position. Furious 9, though, they have been enjoying this little rotation they've made into this pocket of space that they found so far, but Titans also trying to hold it in. They are playing S3, though. Swash already leading the challenge for the guys from No Pressure. Oh, no chance for him. Cairo had no idea that Swash was right there, and he takes him out of his vehicle immediately there, pulls him out by the shoulder. Cairo takes that one down. Unfortunately, he will be getting sent back. Kakashi also following suit. He goes down as well. Power Baby. Well, it's been a while I saw that name. Four Titans are still very much in the mix here. It's just unfortunate for them that they have to lose another one in that same sequence of events. He has to spin the block and get out of dodge. And he goes from the frying pan potentially into the fire. There's a whole lot of bodies in every single area, in every single position. Smokes dilating and dialing in there. More shots following through. Spark almost getting knocked out as well. Fortunately for them, vehicle is very much in shape, so they will get out of dodge and they will run for another. Mario pulls up into the scene as well. Malik goes down. Kakashi tries to take one off, but unfortunately for him, he will be getting dropped away there. Mahir putting work in with that DBS, crashing inside and avoids the burn that follows through. But 4PF will not back down, not even with the slightest. Jay with a grenade over the top as well. Tries to burn away and bomb away there. Kakashi takes some more damage, and unfortunately, it is Jay that will put Kakashi out of his misery. Unfortunate scenes there for 4PF, but they will lose a player in that regard. And now an opportunity for RB to advance their position. Vaughn still knocked away in the back line. He's trying to feed the intel. Jade again will apply some more pressure. Another Molotov launched over the top as well. No dice for Vaughn as he will succumb to his injuries. He goes back to the zone in that same sequence. Malik
Unfortunate scenes here.
Malik has been trying to do something here, and he's getting caught every single time he tries to make the play. He's trying to, you see what he's trying to do. Finally, it works, because he's been trying to do that for a while, and you can see.
I mean, it happens. You see. Yeah. Well, it happens sometimes. You're trying to cook, you're trying to get yourself some clips farmed for your team, but the game just says relax, not today, maybe tomorrow. So I think that is kind of a pain for Malik, but there's always next time for him to try that. And as they were engaging on that fight there, we did see No Pressure passing by, but they realized that the fight is officially done and there is no need to engage in that fight anymore, and they have decided to retreat. Still waiting on Aura Esports. They have been getting a chicken dinner. Okay, they got a chicken dinner in game one because of choosing the right compound. And for some reason, even in this game, they have been able to choose the best compound. We do see Thala and the teammates have been able to secure a very safe compound in that safe zone. So we'll see if that's going to be giving them a chicken dinner or not. But for TB, the Trailblazers will not be creating any trails for their team because No Pressure Spiky will be taking them back to lobby. I like how No Pressure goes towards their fight head on. They either take you out or they retreat. Can be either of the two. They do not choose 50-50. And I like that play so much so far.
High risk, high reward for No Pressure. Like you said, it's really high risk, high reward. They've tried to keep things under the drop there. They have put a whole lot of pressure on most of the other teams there, but again, they've tried everything they could to make sure that they have the numbers to work in their favor. Mahir has been a thorn in the side for majority of these teams are trying to make their rotation, especially from that northern side. It hurts them to have to make a round over the top side. Again, they get caught there. Magui also trying to hold it in here. We've got 4 eliminations so far. They're able to find a space inside the zone. They might be able to make something happen with it there. But F9 pulling up into the mix. Kiddo dodging the grenade in the last swerve of the vehicle there. And the guys from the Red Wolves also on the other side. It is going to be a very interesting trade-off between these two sides because there's a major chance for a third party to happen at any given instance, at any given chance. It is still there to wrap around. It is still there to make something happen with, but we will see how possible that can be. With Carrillo also trying to lead the charge as well and play off the back end. Bonnie also trying to do the exact same thing on the other side. Similar ideas. It's all about who's going to execute better. And lest we forget, Rescue Esports, Mitch, they are still alive in the northern side.
Yes, and they are looking for chicken dinner. With how they're playing, it's a little bit different from what we're used to them doing. They seem to be very comfortable with a slow game this time round, and it will pay off if they're patient enough. But that would be Red Wolves are taking on a fight already. One of their teammates has been taken down, and now grenades are being thrown towards them. Grenade after grenade. They're looking for them to connect. Nicely done from 5. 5 player from the 1 player from the Furious 9 will be going down, and we have 5 going in for that push. He knows the damage is there. Grenades are still fine. 5 getting damage. He takes on another one, and he's not stopping there just yet. He's willing to take on another one, but unfortunately for our friend here, we'll be seeing 5 going back to lobby. And the Furious 9 again, Borny, for the second time in a row, will be saving the team from going back to lobby just through any fight. And I believe this is good coming from Borny. We were asking ourselves with DK in the previous games here, Priest, is Borny going to be securing the MVP? And you can see it for yourself that he's actually doing a really good job.
A magnificent job. Very magnificent job on his part, especially for the team as a whole. He has been very crucial for them. But the guy from Aura Esports, it looks like they want to win this game by playing extremely slow and extremely confident, because a chicken dinner will put them into a very, very good position. Again, up to another drop. Rivan Blood will get another rescue. Esports, no rescues this time. They will go out in 5th place. I believe they secured no eliminations in this game. Very unorthodox. That's not something you see every other day, but that is the structure of the lobby that we've seen so far. Kiddo is also going to have to find an angle here for the Furious 9. They're up to 14 eliminations. They have been dropping bodies left, right, and center. And now it is all left to no pressure. Can they turn this around, especially from that position that they've got just up the hillside? If they can find an angle, they might be able to turn something in. But lest we forget, RB are in a sandwich here. Swash is going to be caught by Malik. Malik is also going to take damage into the other corner, and that will be the end of the road, courtesy of Borny again. Big MVP shouts we saw earlier on. 10 eliminations for RB. They did get eliminated there, but again, they still put in the work. They still put that one in, and again, in quick succession, F9 will put no pressure back into the lobby as well. It is time for Aura Esports now to step up to the plate. Can they Aura farm this? Can they Aura their way to a chicken dinner? And I talked about them at the beginning of the game when Omega got eliminated. Are they about to Aura themselves a chicken dinner here, or will Furious 9 show them how furious they can get? Mitch, it is anybody's game at this stage because the angles are not too favorable for F9. They can also get caught out on this transition. As you can see, Sobot is making a dash for it over to the right hand side. He has given away his position though, but he backs them in. They do have a defensive line here to hold. Unless the play zone shifts away, they might be getting caught out. Sobot exposed, and they will be capitalizing on that one immediately. Straight headshots with the AUG. They bag and tag him one after the other. Grenades now flying through, courtesy of Dynamo. Can he get the angles right? Pops the first one, and that grenade just over the top side, almost connected.
wow.
If it fell off the roof, we could have been having a different conversation. But Boney gets the angle on Senor. Tyler now gets the drop onto the other side. Gets the drop again on F9, but no dice for this time around, and Furious 9 will get that chicken dinner.
I mean, what an amazing game coming from Furious 9. It is their second time getting their name up that leaderboard, and I feel like Furious 9, they have just been cooking long enough for them to enjoy, well, their returns here. They're getting a good day, they're getting their chicken dinners, they're getting their elimination points, and for the first time at least we're having a repeat winner chicken dinner. What an amazing game from Furious 9. Well done, well played. good synergy so far. And this is like about new teams sometimes. They're not really new. We know Jamal. We know we've seen them before. Him and his teammates. Sorry, we have seen them play in the Kenyan scene. But right now, they have come here when it comes to this PMNC for Kenya region, and they're dominating. And that is exactly what we like to see. Again, the teams that are new to the scene, they somehow seem like they have gotten a grasp of what is happening here in this esports scene, and they understand what it takes to have a good chicken dinner. So good stuff there from Furious 9. Well done, well played. Good game for them.
Absolutely incredible game. They're showing exactly why they have understood what needs to be done to win games. It's all about winning games for them, but they also do it in stylish fashion, getting eliminations here and there, standing on business, and again, they're not necessarily the most aggressive team, but they always put themselves in positions where they always put themselves in positions where they can get the max out of the lobby, right? The exact same thing. We saw that earlier in the day, how they played in that game, the similar style, the similar strategies, the similar player as well, Borny as well, lit up that game to show that MVP race, he's going to be in there. And his team, they play with him, they play around him, they allow him to express himself, and that's something I love to see. Teams that play, to the strength of one of their best players, he shows every single time. So that's something I love to see. Absolutely love to see that. But nonetheless, the action continues, ladies and gentlemen. We know what we are witnessing here. The PMNC, the PUBG Mobile National Championship Kenya, the road to their finals has kicked off. The road to PMGO has kicked off. 5 games down, 1 more to go. We'll be right back after the break to give you guys all of the action. Oh, okay. Well,
the dream of competing on the global stage never died. Now your chance to rise has returned. New beginning, new season. PMNC Qualifiers, Kenya. 4 paths, 1 road, 1 goal. This is 2026 PMGO Africa Season 2. dream of competing on the global stage never died. Now your chance to rise has returned. New beginning, new season. PMNC Qualifiers, Kenya. 4 paths, 1 road, 1 goal. This is 2026 PMGO Africa Season 2.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is showtime, showtime, showtime. Welcome back to the party. It is the PUBG Mobile National Championship Kenya. The qualifiers have kicked off. It is day 1 and the party is on. It is still Priest on the microphone and I'm joined by the lovely Mitch. We have been having a party here. We have been having the time of our lives. It has been riding through. We've seen Rescue Esports take a chicken dinner. We've seen F9. We've seen who else have we seen take chicken dinners? I know F9 they took like 2 chicken dinners, right? I think they're the only team that has like 2 chicken dinners so far. So they're already showing their dominance. But remember, all of this is for the finals. The goal is to get to the finals and secure that slot to PMGO.
That is actually true, and they have to keep in mind that this is day 1. Tomorrow goes to day 2 and you are locked in. So if tonight, by the last game, you're not in a good position, please do not sleep, okay? Go rewatch the whole live stream, write notes like a good student, look at your problems and errors, and come back tomorrow ready to get yourselves into that grand finals. I mean, who doesn't want to be in the grand finale? Get a part of that money. You know what I'm saying? So make sure you work hard and get your way to that 3,000 USD on the line.
Big money. Big money. But, you know, the pressure of this tournament, we've seen it, we've felt it, right? We've understood that the pressure has continued to mount on and on. But as the pressure continues to mount, the Infinix GT50 Pro continues to alleviate that pressure with the amazing 144 Hz refresh rate with the ultimate cooling. No matter how intense the battles get, the best gaming phone in Kenya, the Infinix GT50 Pro, will stay locked in with you and make sure you are born to rule, born to compete, and born to be the one. So, if you don't have the GT50, what are you waiting for? Get over to your Infinix stores, pick one up, and forge your path to being number 1. But
correct.
Outside of being number 1 and getting yourself that Infinix and getting yourself in the PMGO, there is still the option of winning the MVP. Remember, no one likes to talk about the MVP because, you know, standout players, right? We've started seeing the standout players already. We've seen the likes of Bonnie, we've seen the likes of Spikey and the rest of them trying to put in the work, low-key, going under the radar. But that MVP race is going to be very, very crucial. And before we get to the MVP race, we can now see what the standings look like post-match 5. You know, after 2 matches played, Fallen Ruthless lead the pack, 40 points to the good, 4 points clear of no pressure. And interestingly enough, right, Furious 9, Rescue Esports, it has been a very, very, very tumultuous game for majority of these teams. Again, Aura Esports with that 1 chicken dinner still puts them inside of the top 8. And remember, this is the area you want to be in. This is where you want to be. Anything outside of here, you're in trouble. You're in a real pickle, right? And RB, the guys from Four Titans, their spots are not the safest, right? No pressure, Falling Ruthless, Rescue Esports. Those guys, with a little bit more, I think they can be safe by tomorrow's games. A little bit more, right? But the likes of Furious 9, not necessarily Furious 9, but I would say for the likes of RB, Four Titans, Fuse Esports, Aura Esports, I don't think they're that safe. Seeing where the rest of the other teams are, like NGX, Inhale Tempo, Bravo Esports, and XS Power. And like you said, XS Power are not punching, you know, the way we expect them to punch so far. But then, you know, like you said, tomorrow is there, right? Tomorrow is there. Even this last coming game is also there. But do you think any of these teams on this side of the leaderboard have what it takes to punch up just a little bit higher and put themselves into that, contention of finishing above and getting into the finals?
Well, I believe that is basically the case, because we're having here from Group A to Group D playing, and all they need to do is secure their slots to be the 16 teams that are going to be playing in that grand finale. Teams like NGX, they're looking comfortable. For Team Execute, Deadly Esports, I do not know what's happening to these two teams. They have good potential, they have good lineups, but for some reason their results are just not where they're supposed to be. Also, again, Rush Esports, what is not happening to Rush Esports there? We have Njege Masanse. I've not seen them play that much. Yes, we have seen them in the game, but if you look at what is happening here, these teams only have elimination points, and the only team that has a placement point, and it's only one, is Rush Esports joining to the elimination points. I mean, honestly speaking, Rush Esports can do better, but for some reason they're not doing as expected, and it is really unfortunate that this is how the games are unfolding for them here, Priest. Honestly, Rush Esports has good potential. You saw how they played in season 1. So it can be a little bit alarming here to see what's happening to them in season 2. It's quite unfortunate.
Yeah, very unfortunate actually. It's been a rough start, but I think, like you said, they just gotta look. They just gotta look through the reviews, understand what they did wrong, adapt, and then go harder tomorrow, because tomorrow is where it really matters. Right, they've started, the foundations are shaky, but they're not broken. They can still figure out something along those lines. They can still figure out something to do, to improve on. They've added, they didn't necessarily crash and burn out just yet. A lot can happen in 2 games. A whole lot can happen in 2 games. So it is still anyone's game at this stage, but all they have to do now is not allow the points to get away from them. Because like I said, the top 16 is the goal. But you want to be inside of that top 8 to make sure that you're not going to have, uncomfortable conversations within your team going into the last couple of games tomorrow, because tomorrow is really where it's going to get very, very tough. But nonetheless, I have seen some glimpses of some teams. They're trying to understand 1 or 2 things about their strategies and the maps and the places they find themselves. Right, they've set up in a couple of interesting ways, and I think the next map is going to give us a clear idea or a clear path of what to expect going forward. So nonetheless, it is still a party where we are at. It is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. The road to PMGO kicks off now, and Mitch, but again, I have to ask, right? Falling Ruthless is top 1 with no chicken dinner 1, right? They are number 1 on the leaderboard, but they haven't won a single game, and that is what we understand as consistency. They have been performing consistently on both fronts, eliminations wise, also trying to, secure good placement points across the board. But now, for a team like this, do you think that strategy is going to carry on into the finals? Because I don't think you can play in the finals without winning a single game. I think the teams that win the chicken dinners just have a little bit more of an advantage.
Yeah, that's true. Seeing that we have things like the tiebreakers, where if they did not get the chicken dinner, then basically, let's say they were in first place, second place, No Pressure gets to 40 points as well, and they're tying, and they need to decide which team is going to get the chicken dinner. It will automatically go to No Pressure, because they got a chicken dinner and they did not get that chicken dinner. So I think, again, that is something they should really consider, especially the fact that I think we only saw results for 2 matches, if I'm not wrong. 2 matches. Seeing the overall ranking there, we should have seen maybe F9 going up that leaderboard. But honestly, that play coming from FR is just not it. If they can fix that, find another game play here, find another strategy, something that gives them a chicken dinner, then I think that will be best coming to the grand finals right after these group stages.
Playing path is in full swing. We are in Miramar again for the final match of Group B versus C in the PUBG Mobile National Championship for Kenya. And what a ride it has been so far. Plane is cutting through that south side. And we've got Chumacera, we've got Minas de Valle, we've got Los Leones. I think we've got a little bit of Puerto Paraiso. I think we've got Ladriela, Monte Nuevo, we've got Pecado. Minas Devai and Valdemar inside of these conversations. Maybe even Los Higos if you're trying to get a little bit out of the way in the outskirts. But El Pozo and is still in the conversations as well. A whole lot of interesting areas. I don't think Hacienda is within touching distance. I think the farthest you can go off the jump is San Martin, but we will see how these teams will adapt. Los Leones is going to house a lot of teams. I can tell you that one for free. And then the sight lines and the creations of what we've seen so far, it still puts things into perspective for some of these teams. The assets have been aligned. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, the top 16 is where you want to be. Finish strongly. Be the one. Speaking of being the one, Mitch, who do you think is going to be the one in this game?
Well, seeing that some teams have finished their games for the day, we are back to Group B and C. The one for me. I'm hoping it's Rush Esports at this point. They have good potential, but for some reason they're not playing to their max capabilities. But if it's not them, then Fallen Ruthless, please finally give yourselves a chicken dinner. It is very important. Honestly, I there's nothing I fear most than being at a losing point because I did not get a chicken dinner. You will crash out and you might delete PUBG Mobile. But at the end of the day, the issue was you, my friend, right? You did not do as you were supposed to do. Get your chicken dinner.
Well, ain't nothing wrong getting a chicken dinner. It's never a bad idea to get a chicken dinner, for being honest. But as the story goes on here, we have stayed on the front foot. Pharaohs and the rest of his teammates there. It looks like first blood has already come and gone. And the first body has been dropped down from 64 to 63. Clutch calls in the vicinity there, just deep into the south side, also making a dash for it, playing a little bit more closer to that central position. Falling Ruthless, the number one on the call sheet, not backing down. Shakid has a sideline onto the snipers. Esports again. Oh, that's a nasty one. He takes a lot of hits there. And all he took was a couple of shots to expose his position. Hulk also playing off the right-hand side. He is trying to get exposed. They're trying to peek up into the top side. Again, the fainting shots. That's a beautiful strike coming through. Zeba almost getting knocked away there. Fallen Ruthless still on the front foot. Still not giving away too much. Kule goes down. Zeba gets a drop on him. Shakid, he can capitalize on that one, but no dice again. Tries to go for the drop, but no way, Jose. As the DBS is there to stop that nonsense, pack him all the way through. Unfortunate scenes for the snipers here. They're getting absolutely overwhelmed by Fallen Ruthless. Even a solo player, Zedu, is able to keep them at bay. Drizzy goes down as well. And the pickups continue here for Fallen Ruthless. They will not be backing down. They will strive to keep their mantle on top. As you can see there, between them and the guys from PMNC Sports, the gap is significant. Roughly about 12 points, 22 points, or rather, on the board for PMNC Sports. They have secured, and it looks like Hawk goes down from that grenade from Zedu, and it is going to be Karam left. The sniper's potentially about to get sniped. Peeks into the corner again, tries to take the drop through, but no dice. End of the road for the snipers. They've gotten sniped.
Back to lobby. I mean, snipers there. Unfortunate for them, the Fallen Ruthless are not ready to fall just yet. They are very much aware of what's at stake here, and they are ready to take it on. And for PMNC Esports, they are still going on with their fights. There are 2 eliminations to their name. They might be looking for more, but for now, Show Me is enjoying a nice ride on that bicycle and trying to see where can we go with this. Man, he's locked in, nice pistol in his hand. He's looking for stray cuts and see if we can say hi to a few on the way. But I mean, if they feel safe, then why not? But in a game like this, and you're riding your bike, I'm not sure if that's a good thing. But for Team Execute here, high on Crack is of course high on something, but I don't think that is going to be helping him today here. So far, Excess Power do have Arman and Lilovka looking to go in for that push. C7, Stress, ADHD, and the Korean man have one thing to do. Either they can take on the players from Excess Power and try and get a revive here on High on Crack, since they are not interested in that task, or they can just scatter and come back later and choose to fight another day. But it seems like that's not going to be the case here for the Kenyan scene, Priest. We have seen most of the teams, they're not even running away from fights. As long as the fight found them where they are, they seem quite comfortable enough to just take it as it is. If it's a win, GG's. If it's not a win, then that's it. And I can tell you for a fact, Priest, that is the Kenyan way. Trust me when I say it's a Kenyan way.
Well, we will see if the Kenyan way is the right way, and the results will show going up onto that PMGO stage, where the competition is going to be a little bit more fierce. That's what we've seen so far, but nonetheless, the pressure is on. Tops is trying to get the engine flowing, as they have secured 2 eliminations so far, and they're looking to secure some more. It has been a good start for them, arguably one of their better starts if they can find a way around this. But Topsy already making a dash over to that little left-hand side again, trying to get through and stress ADHD. 2 for Team Execute. They have lost out. And how the mighty have fallen, Team Execute. Seen them at their absolute very, very best, and it's just unfortunate how far they've fallen now. The competition has left away from them. SVG as well, Dybala with the sideline ahead, Deadly Esports 2 knocked away, almost running through, having to reduce the pressure on themselves here, because Void is still knocked away. No chance for him. Doesn't look like he'll be getting picked up, because the angles are very, very hoarse for him, as Hadaba is already making a dash for it there with the Groza. Immediately hurts him in the process, drops him down, and JD is also caught in the open. No chance for him to escape the onslaught. 6 now for PUBG Esports. They add another to the tally, and we are down to 14 teams, 50 players left. 14 have been eliminated in under the first zone, Mitch.
Which is quite interesting here. I mean, what was JD looking to achieve with that push? It was open. He was trying to go for that push. I do not feel safe, but of course, every team with their own strategy, and if that works for them, then I think that is a strategy that they can look to change. But so far, so good. We do have Bavu, a very interesting name that they chose to use, but I'm not surprised. Again, the Kenyan way. So Mbavu Esports, we have them a very, very interesting name again, but of course I will stop thinking about it. But guys, why Mbavu? Okay. But of course, Team Execute there, we do have Stress. It's not even anything serious. But of course, nice grenade, they're coming from Stress, ADHD, they're getting a nice Kobe. And of course, he will be using that as an opportunity to go in for that push, trying to confirm the elimination. But he's a little bit stressed, and he'll be going back to lobby on excess power. Leo's shotgun there. I mean, he panicked. I don't know why. But of course, the stressed ADHD player is stressed. Quite unfortunate. You know, Priest, when they say Mbavu, they mean rib. But ribs, like rib, your rib. You understand? But it has something to it here in Kenya. Yes.
Well, that is Mitch always giving us the cultural aspect of why the Kenyan players are always on the nyash of it all, but we gotta respect it. Nonetheless, it has been very interesting watching them so far, and how creative they can get. Demolish getting absolutely snapped off there by Jogo's position, right? MTF getting to trade off as well. Nobody also going down in that same breath. Demolish, it's not going to be so lucky, as well as Viper is going to get the angle on him. Rush Esports, hopefully they will find the rhythm. Jogo with a grenade from Odysseus himself. He launches that one straight into the air and he bags it in. And that is a job well done from Jogo. Rush Esports will live to fight on. I believe the play zone is not going to hurt them too much, so they will get their numbers back up. But that was a fantastic grenade. Very solid. Just enough to cause the right amount of chaos and change the entire game and change the entire narrative of what we've seen so far. It has been very productive, very proactive as well. But what a game this has been. It's turned out to be. Taking a look at the zone, though, we still got some teams out in the blue at this stage. playing slow rotations, still part of the game. NGX, similar to what they played earlier on as well, trying to make that rotation from Cruz de Val. There's a chance they will run into NPay again on that northern side. Hacienda and even the guys from the Avengers also making a dash for it towards that northwestern position. It is still anyone's game though, but we will see whose rotation is going to be the right one, Mitch. I mean, it's really boils down to who is going to make the right rotation going into that final phase of the zone.
Yep, it is going to be all about your rotation there. But Njege Masanse will be losing at least two players in that fight. Travis and his teammate are looking to get closer. But FR, of course, are not taking an easy loss here. Excess power, good play from Lilovka, will be confirming that elimination easy. I mean, Masanse, what was your plan here? Honestly, some of the teams, I feel like the last game, some teams just relax. It can be the last game, but it is for today, not for your group stage. You still have tomorrow. So this last game should feel like game one all over again, and it is a chance for you to get your points up. But for some teams, that might not be the case for them. Excess power, 6 eliminations, such a nice improvement from them, seeing that their last position from the previous overall ranking leaderboard was not that good. I'm hoping they're looking to improve that now, so that when it comes to tomorrow, they have enough points to go into the grand finale where all the money is at. I really need to know who's the MVP. That money, 200 USD on the line, MVP getting that title is a good feeling. I believe that is a lot of hard work that actually pays here in PUBG Mobile. So I feel it's worth it for you to try and get your way into that MVP title. Now, for the names in this Kenya region, another interesting one that you should know, Priest, Njege Masansi. That's a good name. Keep that in mind. It's nice. It's a nice name. It's a good name, basically.
It's a good name. So, Jege Masanse, you guys have a fan in Mitch. She likes your name. You know, and it sounds good too, the way you say it. You know, it sounds good the way you say it as well. You know, it sounds a little bit exotic, you know.
It's not an exotic name, that's all I can tell you. It's very Kenyan. I can tell you it's very Kenyan. But I like when teams do that. It's authentic. It connects with the region.
Okay. It's all about I mean, what better way to connect, you know, than PUBG Mobile? You gotta respect it nonetheless, showing a little bit more authenticity to the African ecosystem. So that's something we love to see. PUBG Sports, on the other hand, how authentic can they get? They can get some shots through. Ooh! Well, Mashal is going to get caught in there as well. Fortunately for him, there is protection from the elements being PUBG Sports, trying to get the angles on him there. Rocky can make a quick dash, but Leo is also in the vicinity. Could cause some more problems for them, trying to get their eliminations all the way up. I mean, 6, potentially up to 7. Is a very good start for PUBG Sports. They've had a very stop-start game for the majority of today. It has been very stop-start, right? They always look to get some eliminations, but they usually crumble towards the final third. And you can see another drop from Ledo again, getting a jump on to the guys from Clutch Cars. Not looking too clutchy right now. Rocky goes down. Unfortunately, he tries to manage his expectations, but low key, he's gonna put him in a very nasty position. No dice for PUBG Sports. They will lose him because it's too far out. Well, it looks like Dybala is going to be pulling up into the mix, but he will be getting swept away. But knowing how the guys from PUBG Sports advance, they will try to immediately take one as well on the way. And surely that's going to be him pulled out of his vehicle as well. Yes, it is. Clutch Guards will be sent packing one after the other by PUBG Sports. They add their eliminations up to 8. And that is going to be the end of the road for them as well, as Michelle goes down.
Well, I mean, PUBG Sports have shown they have good potential. I'm yet to see it though. They're doing it, then they're taking their time. They start and then they pause. I'm not sure why. They can go all the way up to that first place position if they choose to. But for some reason, the game along the way doesn't go as planned and they lose along the way. But of course, it is just the first day. Tomorrow is still a day. So let's see if that's going to be something that they look into. And coming into day two, they'll have a good time. But right now, for the Avengers, we do have four Titans. Ice Baby being able to secure at least one knock. They will be able to get a revive. They have good cover around them. The only issue is that blue zone. We are in that fourth phase, and Ice Baby is not giving up just yet. Spray looking to go in for that push. He could have gotten the revive. He's looking for Ice Baby. He's looking for who's getting the damage, but a grenade will be launched towards them. It will confirming the knock there on Iconic. Now Spray, last player standing, 11. A grenade is in his hand, and Spray is lucky because they do not know of his position. The only issue is that blue zone. So GG's to the four Titans. That will be it for them. And that will not even four Titans. I believe there's a player there with one of their logos from 40 taking on this game here. But of course, it is expected as usual. Some players are traded off. So far, Fallen Ruthless, we do have TZ. Taking on a fight so far. Beautiful damage. Shakid goes down. Zedu trying to get some damage happening here. A DBS is in his hand, and they have a third party as well. And I believe that is Pews getting closer. They want to join the party. They want to see what they can do. Excess Power quite distracted as well. So Fallen Ruthless taking on the eliminations. Leo is down from Excess Power. Zaber trying to confirm the elimination, but that will not be easy as one of their teammates, Shakid, has already been taken back to lobby. This is not the game they were looking to have here for FR, but I mean, it does happen sometimes. Priest and teams get to lose numbers along the way during fights.
The numbers are dwindling, though, as you can see. Excess Power, arguably, they're one of their better performances, from today to now. This is arguably one of the better starts that they've had so far. They have lost someone, though, but that didn't stop anything. Lilovka, chance that they will be losing another here, because it looks like Tops is also trying to play a little bit of an interesting dash for it. 12 eliminations for Pews Esports. Again, this is not a surprise for this team. They play like this, but they usually capitulate. The zone does not favor them anymore. They get a little bit caught out and frustrated, and then they capitulate. Again, I've seen this earlier today. Hopefully, they will get over the line and get themselves that chicken dinner to push them even further, to make the game even much more difficult for the likes of Fallen Ruthless. But Fallen Ruthless will not be backing down without a fight. Show me. Well, they will show him the 5.56 straight to the head. As Amar packs that one through, that's a beautiful shot following through for Excess Power, and that will give them the breather they've been looking for to advance their position. But I spoke too soon. Tops exposed there, gets knocked away straight on his head. Aman also making a dash for it, getting a little bit closer there to cause some more problems over to the guys from Pews Esports. And this is exactly what I talked about. Pews Esports, it looks like they might be capitulating. Aman's trying to make a dash for it, but no, Dybala is right there to save their skin and keep them in the game. But at what cost? Two bodies dropped away. Show Me goes down and he loses out as he gets full damage. I thought he was going to get picked up there, but unfortunately he dropped to his demise.
Yeah.
It looks like Excess Power is also going to follow suit. Unfortunate scenes there, but Rush Esports, this could be the game, Mitch. This might be the game for them.
Yes, it could be. And they already have 5 eliminations to their name. It's a good stuff there coming from Rush Esports. All they need to do is maintain their numbers. The more you are, the merrier. So they have to maintain their numbers as much as they can. And they have NGX Esports Kelly being spotted, taken down on his knees. But the big question is, NGX, will they be able to get the revive and still take on Rush Esports without getting thirsted? But as you talk about Rush Esports, there we have Fallen Ruthless making their rotations into that zone. Ice Baby from the Avengers creeping in towards Fallen Ruthless. They do have a couple of chances here to run away from this fight. They can easily make a roundabout and go away, but we have Ice Baby choosing to go towards FR. I'm not sure if that's a thing he should pick up on, but of course, every team with their own strategy for Rush Esports. We do have NGX. They're really, really close to where they are as of now. but they are not really engaging. That first knock was not enough for them to go in for that push. We do have Mzabibu. A grenade is in his hand, looking for a Kobe, but that grenade doesn't really connect just yet. Looking for the sprays here, looking for some damage, and we have Bolingo taking on one player there from NGX, and that does not stop there just yet. Another one is about to be launched here. Kiro smoking up the area, looking for a place to run to, but as he does that, he's lucky, seeing that we have a team here, Priest, that is losing numbers because they're getting some damage from that blue zone, and that is Mbavu.
Bavu have been on a tight leash, as we've seen so far, but Rush Esports, again, this could be a very, very, very strong start for them. You know, they could finish this game very strongly, and that will put things into a very interesting perspective going into tomorrow's games. Relaxation goes down, and that will be the end of the road for the guys from the Avengers. They go down as well. They will be getting dropped off. Bolingo's also spotted there. Manudi again might be taking that damage. He does take it. He goes down as well. And Rush Esports will now capitalize on the position, and he was ready. He was absolutely ready to take the 1v1 on Kiro, and he puts him out of his misery. And now we are down to 3 teams, 9 eliminations, and 9 players alive. It is all anyone's game at this stage, though. Rush and the guys from Falling Ruthless, the top dogs, going head to head. It's not something you expect, but the top 3 teams are the top 3 teams alive in this lobby right now. That is to show you the levels of their abilities, the levels of their competition, the levels of their commitment, the levels that wants to make them rise above to get to the PMGO, to get to the finals. These are the best of the best, the strongest, and only the strongest will survive. And right now, Falling Ruthless will not fall from grace. They will fall even into success if they can find a drop inside of this next phase of play inside of the zone, because Rush Esports have capitalized majority of the angles there. But if they can find a space inside, they might be able to turn this around. Remember, the high ground position, Rush have occupied it already. And right now, Falling Ruthless do not have the play zone to work with in their favor. This is where it is going to get very difficult very fast. But the pressure is on them right now. Can they get an angle? Can Rush Esports keep them at bay? They have the numbers. It is a 4-on-3, potentially, with an extra 2 players lying in wait somewhere, and the angle's now trying to come through. Jogo gets his sideline on them, and he sends a couple shots through to follow suit. Again, this would have been a smart idea for a bait and switch there onto Jogo's position, but it works wonders, and now that is the play. They're trying to overwhelm Jogo on so many different fronts, and he takes the bait. He's exposed, and he immediately takes the S12K for 1v1 action. Zeba goes down. Falling Ruthless in a world of hurt, in a world of trouble. Zedu under pressure, falls out of his vehicle, had no idea. Tezino now under siege. The top ground position exposed for Falling Ruthless. They can't seem to find a way around. Viper continues to strike venomously from the top half position. Tezino now gets his HP back up, applies some more pressure. Zedu goes down. Unfortunate scenes there for Rush Esports, and they manage to squeeze Falling Ruthless from 3 to just 1. Tezino's on over to the right-hand side, a little bit too close to the blue zone, trying to take the 1v1, but again, the angles are not favorable for him, not even in the slightest, as Jogo continues to apply the pressure from the high ground position to force him into a southern shift. The vehicle's going up in flames any moment from now, but lest we forget, PUBG Esports, they're still in the conversation. They've still got Dybala lurking around in the shadows, lurking through to get more damage, the more chaos, the more action for Rush Esports here, as Ethox is getting absolutely overwhelmed. Does he go left? Does he go right? Well, the grenade will decide for him. It will force him away over to the right side. Dybala with another grenade. If it lands, it might be another one as he charges again and again and again. Dybala for PUBG Esports launches one perfectly, and he does connect to Ethos. He drops him all the way through. The HP is about to get caught all the way to the back end, but again, Rush Esports will continue to hold on, Mitch.
Yep, I mean, here we do have Ethox really giving it his best here. The grenades are getting launched towards Dybala. They're not really connecting, but unfortunately for Tezino, he will be going back to lobby. And Rush Esports, I believe this is the chance they have all been waiting for. That Cheek and Dina, they have been praying for, because they only have to go against 2 players from PUBG Esports, and Dybala is putting up a fight here against Ethox. Grenades have been launched back to back. Nothing has happened just yet, but we do have Ethox. Another grenade is in his hand. hand. If he does it well, it's going to be a Kobe, but some damage has been dealt on Dybala. And as you can see, Hadaba is also closing in. They want to apply pressure on Ethox before the convoy is here, but no one wants to try and help Ethox. Everyone is watching from afar. Beautiful grenade. The damage is there. Dybala is damaged, but no one wants to push this player. They are giving him time to get the healing happening here. Ethox is feeling the pressure. Big question, Rush Esports, what are you doing? Why are you not helping your teammate? Why is no one pushing? But I spoke too soon there. We do have Jogo, amazing rotation, and Dybala will be hit with the element of surprise as we can see Ethox going in for that push. And just like that, finally, after 5 games, we have Rush Esports giving us a winner chicken dinner in the last game of the night. Finally, they have gotten their well-deserved chicken dinner.
Absolutely well deserved. It has been slipping away from their fingers for the longest, but finally, they find their rhythm. The job is done. They secure that chicken dinner and they see it all the way through. It has been a very, very tough ride for them nonetheless, but they have seen it. They have done the job. And they have been able to stand on business. It has been a very long road for them, but they didn't allow the pressure to force them to capitulate. And what did I talk about PMNC Sports? Again, PMNC Sports, they capitulate again. The game just gets away from them. They get all the eliminations. They get all the job done. They do everything right. But when it comes into that final sequence, that final third, getting across the line, PMNC Sports, they just don't have it. But fortunately for them, they still, excel in the other aspects of the game. They still get the points. They still see it through. They still, outperform the average team. But if you want to be a champion, if you want to make it to the finals, you have to get across the line. You have to get that chicken dinner. That is what separates PMNC Sports from the likes of Rush, from the likes of, Fallen Ruthless, from the likes of the guys from Rescue Esports as well. Those guys, they will win the game. If you put them in similar positions, they will win. They will get the chicken dinner. They will get across the line. They will not allow their positions to be put into question. That is the difference between good teams and great teams. But hopefully, it's still a learning curve. I think PMNC Sports still have what it takes to get across the line. I think all they have to do now is sit back, understand where they fall short, why they always capitulate in the later phases of the game. Maybe they will find their rhythm by tomorrow's games. But I think they performed well enough to at least go to bed tonight and say, yeah, we put up a good performance. We're not in any immediate danger of losing, falling out of the top 16. So I think that is something that they can go to bed with, but there's still room for so much improvement on their part.
For sure. I mean, at the end of the day, they just have to take your advice. If they do not, then I'm not sure if they're going to be giving us more of what we've seen today. But all depends on how they decide to, go through today's games and what they're planning to do tomorrow. But I believe this has been an interesting start of the PMNC Road to PMGO Games for Africa region. Kenya starting off with a nice games coming from all the teams. For the teams that did not get to do much, it is unfortunate that this first day was not just theirs, but of course there is tomorrow. Just try and get to top 16. I don't think a lot of points are in top 16 just yet, unless you want to be in first place, then that is long gone. So I'd say just focus on getting 16 and above, and that will definitely help you and your teammates to try and qualify to that grand finale. It has been really interesting. I mean, we've been here, Priest, for 6 games they have played for the Kenya region. A lot has happened. FR has surprised us. Rush Esports has done the most, and I think that will give them a boost. Though they were, I think, in the last page, which is unfortunate. They had at least 2 points after 2 games, which is not a good look for them. So I hope after this last game, it has changed for them. But so far, so good. I think some teams will be sleeping happy tonight. They have created a big margin, big enough to be comfortable, but not to ruin their chances tomorrow.
Exactly. The foundations are built on day one when it comes to qualifier stages. And some of these teams, they've built a very, very nice foundation to lay their head on. So I think they're comfortable going into the game. They've been very, very idealistic and holistic in their approaches. The likes of Fallen Ruthless, they know that if they do well enough on day one, they can ease into game two, or rather, they can ease into day two, improve their odds, improve their points, improve on what went wrong today for them, even though not much really went wrong because they still finished top of the leaderboard. But even at that, the level of improvement still has to be significant going from day one to day two. They have done a magnificent job, but again, they didn't run away with it, right? They are still touchable. They are still within touching distance to second place, third place, and fourth place. You have to blow teams out of the water, especially in qualifier stages. You just have to blow them out of the water, kill any opportunity of getting caught, because that is going to ring back at you, especially when you get to the finals, because the finals is going to be a different atmosphere, right? It's going to be a physical event. It's an offline event in the finals, so that it's going to be balanced all through, right? The GT50 Pro is going to be in full display. Everybody's going to be on equal playing fields. Everything is going to be the same. So that in of itself invites a different type of pressure, right? Playing at home in the comfort of your house is different, but when you're playing in a physical event, you can see your opponent eye to eye. They can look you in the eye and tell you, you're not winning today because of me, and I'll make sure that you don't win. And there's a whole lot of mental gymnastics that goes into physical events. We're there in PMAC last year. We saw how the atmosphere was. It was very high energy,
sure.
And the teams, they were going at it from the first game to the last game. Every single point matters, especially for a tournament like this where the prize pool is very, very, very significant, and it's just very, very, very intense, and the pressure is always going to be on for every single team and every single player. But that's why we're here. PUBG Mobile action at its finest, and we love to see it, and hopefully we'll see more of it in tomorrow's games.
Well, all we can say is all the best. All you're wishing for is a good start for tomorrow for these teams. 6 games, 6 different chances to get your teams up into that grand finale. I think we'll be seeing a little bit of some rondo there. I think that's a good chance for teams to get a lot of points. And I mean a lot of points just from rondo, from eliminations to placements. I hope they use that to their advantage, and then it will be a good start for most teams. And I cannot wait to see how they will play being on the GT50, every single player. I mean, the playing field will be evened to a point you cannot say that team won because they have iPhone 18, 17. But yes, I like that now it's going to be an even playing field because Infinix is here and they're sponsoring every single player with that GT50 Pro, and they will be enjoying a good, smooth day there. The 2 days in the grand finale, Kenyan teams will be happy. All teams from Nigeria and everyone else who gets to play on the GT50, I believe they'll be having a good time trying to play on a smooth phone. It also is a good feeling, yeah. But of course, I mean, Priest, what will be your advice to the team that is on the last page right now for the overall ranking?
I think the gap between that last page and the bottom half of the top 16, I think there's still a possibility of a one good performance, right, to change everything, right? So I don't think the game has gone away from them just yet, because I mean, Rush Esports was just there, right, and they're not there anymore following this last game. So I think it's still a mentality thing. If you can still stick to your mentors and stick to understanding what went wrong for you today, improve your strategy just a little bit more, you can add to the game and then bring your A game tomorrow, improve your odds, and potentially maybe snatch a chicken dinner out of those 6 games. Just snatch a chicken dinner somewhere and put yourself in the running inside of that top 6 because it's going to be a bubble. It's going to be a serious bubble tomorrow. I think the goal would be if you can get like 50 points, right? I think if you can get 50 points, I think you should be fine with 50 points. But I don't usually like to put numbers on this, but I think if you do the math, I think 50 points gets you through the door. I think 50 points is going to be enough to get you through the door, but we'll see how it goes. But either way, the action continues nonetheless. But ladies and gentlemen, it has been a very, very interesting turn of events. Five to six games, 6 games down. We'll be right back after this short break to give you guys all of the breakdown of all of the action.
dream of competing on the global stage never died. Now your chance to rise has returned. New beginning, new season. PMNC Qualifiers, Kenya. 4 paths, 1 road, 1 goal. This is 2026 PMGO Africa Season 2.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. This is the PUBG Mobile National Championship Kenya qualifiers. It is Priest and Mitch here. We did have our last game, Rush Esports taking that chicken dinner. Unfortunately, there's a little bit of hiccups with the technicals. We can't have the results on the stream right now, but fret not, it is still going to be posted on social media, and make sure you follow PUBG Mobile across all social media platforms so you stay up to date with what we've got in store for you. Tomorrow the matches continue, and tomorrow you will also have the latest leaderboard that ties in to the top 16 and the road to PMGO. We do apologize for the technical difficulties. Hopefully it has been resolved, but we just can't have it on the screen for you right now. But with that being said, thank you guys so much for tuning in. It has been a wonderful ride. Action, and more action. PUBG Mobile action at its finest. It is Priest and Mitch. We'll be signing out, but don't touch that dial. Tomorrow, we'll be right back here again to give you more PMNC action.